Hello everybody and welcome back to my channel, or if you're new here, hi, hello, I'm Spooky, welcome. So this is the first day of transcripts. Now I was live while I recorded this, but I was having audio issues. I think I finally fixed them, I don't know. But I decided to cut the live stream, splice them together, and do the whole first day of transcripts. So if you want to sit back, relax, and listen to them, and listen to my commentary and everything in between, you're now able to with good sound, hopefully. I fixed the sound in Adobe. It seemed to be working okay on my end, and I had some people saying that they were good to listen, but they had to listen on headphones, and some people said they couldn't hear at all. I'm not sure. My Windows system is a little funky, so right now I am playing around with some of the settings to just do what I need to do. So I think I finally fixed it. I've fixed all my OBS stuff. I used to use StreamYard. StreamYard's been a little funky, so I don't think I'm going to be using StreamYard much anymore, which sucks because I pay a lot of money, a lot of money for it. But nonetheless, today, or for this video, a full day of testimony. This was testimony from February 24th of 2026. I hope you all have a good day, and I hope you all enjoy the transcript. Without further ado, grab a coffee, grab a blanket, and let's cozy on up for these wild ass transcripts. We are talking about the transcripts today. A few things really quick. Please, no name calling or anything of that nature. The transcripts are in black and white, so this is as fact of the court. These are not opinions, these are of the court, all right? And I was going to censor names and stuff, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. All of their stuff is already out in the open. So it is kind of pointless, I guess, in my eyes, to censor people when their names are now literally out in the open for everybody to see. I know a lot of people were talking about certain witnesses by name, so I felt that it was okay to do that. So this was on February 24th, and they started at 11:44 a.m. Now, for those of you who did not see the TikTok, in my county, we seal jury voir dires and instructions that were not instructions, but we seal the process of picking the jury. So that is all sealed. So they didn't get started until the 24th at 11:44 a.m. And then this is just the index of everything where the preliminary instructions are read, the opening statements, and then the plaintiff's witnesses, and then all the exhibits that were included. So I was gonna grab all these exhibits, and then I realized that's just a lot to do. So we're just gonna talk about all the things and go through the transcripts together. So it says the following took place outside the presence of the jury, and then the court, please be seated. Miss Olson and TikToker, my intention was or is to go ahead and instruct the jury now before we break for lunch. But I'm happy to hear the parties' positions if they want to wait to do that. I just thought that the little extra time we got done early, we could instruct them before lunch, and then you'll have time to work on your opening statements, and we'll start right in with opening statements right after lunch. Miss Olson says that's fine. Then they ask TikToker. She says that's fine. All right, then summon the jury back in. The jury then enters the courtroom at 11:47 a.m. and then the court, please be seated. All right, members of the jury, what we're going to do now is I'm going to give you some preliminary legal instructions that are going to apply to the case, and then we'll break for lunch. We'll have an hour for lunch after that, and we have a little bit of extra time now, so I want to give these instructions now before lunch. This way, after lunch, we can get started right with opening statements in the case. All right, members of the jury, you are now the jury in this case. It is my duty to instruct you on the law that applies in the case. It is your duty to find the facts from all of the evidence in the case. To those facts, you will apply the law as I give it to you. You must follow the law as I give it to you whether you agree with it or not, and you must not be influenced by any personal likes or dislikes, opinions, prejudices, or sympathy. That means you must decide the case solely on the basis of the evidence before you. You will recall that you took an oath to do so. At the end of the trial, I will give you final instructions. It is the final instructions that will govern your duties. Please do not read into these instructions or anything that I may do or say that I have an opinion regarding the evidence in this case or what your verdict should be. Now, to help you follow the evidence, I'm going to give you a brief summary of the positions of the parties. I already did this to an extent in my welcome remarks, but as I mentioned earlier, on December 21st, 2022, plaintiff Rebecca Schofield filed this civil lawsuit alleging defamation. She alleged that defendant, TikToker, her statements on TikTok about plaintiff's alleged romantic relationship with one of the victims and her participation in the murders were false and defamatory. Earlier in the case, it was resolved that defendant's statements on this subject on the TikToks were false. Thus, TikToker is liable to Professor for defamation. So, that issue will not be decided by you. The only question that you will be asked is to decide whether plaintiff has proven that she was damaged by those false statements, and if so, in what amount. Plaintiff claims that she is entitled to compensatory damages to compensate her for the harm to her professional reputation, past and future mental and emotional pain and suffering, present and future medical expenses, and present or future lost earnings and professional opportunities. Plaintiff has the burden of proving compensatory damages by a preponderance of the evidence, and I'll tell you what that means in a moment. Defendant denies that plaintiff is entitled to compensatory damages. Plaintiff also claims that she is entitled to punitive damages, but defendant's conduct was oppressive, fraudulent, malicious, or outrageous. Plaintiff has the burden of proving punitive damages by clear and convincing evidence, which I'll talk to you about in a moment as well. And defendant denies that plaintiff is entitled to punitive damages. When a party has the burden of proving compensatory damages by a preponderance of the evidence, it means that you must be persuaded by the evidence that the claim of damages is more probably true than not true. You should base your decision on all of the evidence, regardless of which party presented it. Which, by the way, before we go even more, just you wait until we get further in. So I know we talked about a little bit about the evidence and everything that was in the case, and it is just insane to me how do I even describe it? The amount of stuff that was put out in the evidence and everything is just insane to me, because when you sit there and you like first hear what the judge is saying, you're like, oh yeah, totally, that makes sense. But it's insane to me the level of fighting, I guess is the right word, because of just how crazy it got. Like, I get to some extent that it's always gonna be a he said, she said case in general, even outside of the TikToks, but it is just insane to me the amount of evidence that was provided by the professor and how little of evidence was provided by the TikToker. I genuinely thought she would do more, because she is fairly smart, but I just genuinely thought she would do more. But yeah, the level of wild was just crazy to me. Anyway, when a party has the burden of proving damages by clear and convincing evidence, it means that the party must present evidence that leaves you with a firm belief or conviction that it is highly probable that the factual contents of the damages are true. This is a higher standard of proof than proof by a preponderance of the evidence, but it does not require proof beyond a reasonable doubt, the standard that applies in criminal cases. Now, as I said, you are the judges of the facts in this case. The evidence you are to consider in deciding what the facts are consists of the sworn testimony of any witness who testifies, the exhibits that are admitted into evidence, any facts to which the lawyers or defendant, when she is acting in her own capacity as her own representative, has agreed to, and any facts that I may instruct you to accept as proved. Now, in reaching your verdict, you may consider only the testimony and exhibits received in evidence. Certain things are not evidence, and you may not consider them when deciding what the facts are. I'll list them for you now. Oh my goodness, my nose is buzzing. Okay. Arguments and statements by lawyers or the defendant when she is acting in her capacity as her own representative are not evidence. The lawyers are not witnesses, and the defendant is not a witness unless she testifies from the witness stand. What they may say in their opening statements, closing arguments, and at any other times during trial is intended to help you interpret the evidence, but it is not evidence itself. If the facts, as you remember them, differ from the way the lawyers have stated them, other than what the defendant testifies as a witness, your memory of them controls. Questions and objections by lawyers or the defendant when she is acting in her own capacity are also not evidence. The attorneys have a duty to their clients to object when they believe a question is improper under the rules of evidence. You should not be influenced by the objection or the court's ruling on it. Testimony that it is excluded or stricken or that you are instructed to disregard by me also is not evidence and must not be considered. In addition, some evidence may be received only for a limited purpose. When I instruct you to consider evidence only for that limited purpose, you must do so, and you may not consider the evidence of any other purpose. And lastly, nothing that you see or hear when the court is not in session is not evidence. You are to decide this case solely on the evidence received at trial. Now, evidence may be both direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as testimony by a witness about what the witness personally saw, heard, or did. Circumstantial evidence is proof of one or more facts from which you can find another fact. You should consider both kinds of evidence. The law makes no distinction between the weight to be given to either direct or circumstantial evidence. It's for you to decide how much weight to give any evidence. This judge was so thorough. In rereading the transcripts, I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot how thorough he was. By the way of an example of what circumstantial evidence and direct evidence is, if you wake up in the morning and you see that the sidewalk is wet, you may find the fact that it rained during the night. However, evidence such as a turned-on garden hose may provide a different explanation for water on the sidewalk. Therefore, before you decide that a fact has been proven by circumstantial evidence, you must consider all evidence in light of reason, experience, and common sense. There are rules of evidence that control what can be received into evidence. When a lawyer or the defendant, acting in her own capacity as her own representative, asks a question or offers into evidence an exhibit, and the lawyer or defendant on the other side thinks it's not permitted by the rules of evidence, that lawyer or defendant may object. If I overrule the objection, the question may be answered or the exhibit may be received. If I sustain the objection, the question cannot be answered and the exhibit cannot be received. Whenever I sustain an objection to a question, you must ignore the question and you must not guess what the answer might have been. Sometimes I may order that evidence be stricken from the record and that you disregard or ignore that evidence. That means when you're deciding the case, you must not consider the stricken evidence for any purpose. Now, in deciding the facts of the case, you may have to decide which testimony to believe and which testimony not to believe. You may believe everything as witness says or part of it or none of it. In considering the testimony of any witness, you may take into account the opportunity and ability of the witness to see or hear or know the things testified to. The witness's memory, the witness's manner on the stand while testifying, the witness's interest in the outcome of the case, if any, the witness's bias or prejudice, if any, whether other evidence contradicted the witness's testimony, the reasonableness of the witness's testimony in light of all of the evidence, and any other factors that bear on believability. Sometimes a witness may say something that is not consistent with something else he or she said. Sometimes different witnesses will give different versions of of what happened. People often forget things or make a mistake when trying to remember. Also, two people may see the same event but remember it differently. You may consider those differences, but do not decide that testimony is untrue just because it differs from another testimony. You all want me to keep going, or you all want me to jump into the testimony? Okay. Let's see. Okay, so I'm just gonna actually scroll through and kind of summarize. So, this pretty much just means, he then goes on to state, like, the weight of the evidence and what you decide during deliberations. Do not talk to each other, do not look into the case. If you are approached, please tell the court immediately, and do not discuss anything. And then at the end of everything, they will receive the evidence, any exhibits that were provided, but they will not provide any written transcript from the testimonies. So please don't do any research outside of yourself. Do not visit or view any place discussed in the case. Do not look up anybody. If you happen to read or hear anything touching on the case in the media, turn away and report it to me as soon as possible. And then he pretty much just goes into please don't look into anything else. Just please do what you need to do, and so on and so forth. And then he also says that they're going to try to argue everything open in court, which pretty much means, like, instead of going to the desk and, like, talking about it just between all of them, they're going to try to do everything out in the open. If they can't, though, they're going to go to a sidebar, which I think we have a couple. I do know on one of the days, oh crap, what day was it? I want to say it was day 2, if I remember correctly. It might have been day 3. One of the jurors got excused, and when that juror got excused, they had like kicked everybody out and locked the doors and had like a full discussion about it, in closed court, and we have that. So that was very interesting. So I'm definitely we're gonna dig through that. Pretty much like, hey, the TikToker is representing herself. Please don't take that into a fact. You'll hear her speak various times. She'll possibly make open and closing arguments. She will also testify and ask herself her own questions. This is completely normal. Yeah, and then he ends with these are my instructions. And then he asks them to please excuse the jury. So he has the jury exit, and then the court goes, please be seated. All right, Ms. Olson, any matters to take up before we break for lunch? Ms. Olson responds, not on behalf of the professor, Your Honor. The court, thank you. TikToker, and then TikToker responds, no, sir. The court, okay. Then we'll be in recess until 1:15, at which time we will start plaintiff's opening statements. With that, court will be in a brief recess. So they recess, they come back. Court, please be seated. And then he tells the courtroom deputy to go grab the jury. And then goes, the court, please be seated. All right. Members of the jury, I hope you had a nice, relaxing lunch and were able to get a hold of your family and let them know you're stuck here for the next few days. As I said, next we're going to proceed to opening statements of the parties. Ms. Olson, are you prepared to deliver the plaintiff's opening statements? Ms. Olson responds, I am, Your Honor. And then the court says you may proceed, and then Miss Olson goes into it. So Miss Olson goes, "May it please the court. TikToker, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good afternoon. Thanksgiving Day in Moscow, Idaho in November of 2022 was already sullen and somber. 11 days earlier, 4 University of Idaho students were killed in a house just off campus. No suspect had been identified, and no one had been caught. Rumors were rampant in Moscow and online. Rebecca Schofield, an associate professor and chair of the history department at the University of Idaho, and her husband and their in-laws had decided that they were keeping their Thanksgiving tradition of holding the celebration in Moscow. They were hoping to provide some stability for themselves and for their children. And that is when Professor Schofield's personal nightmare began, and it has never ended. On Thanksgiving Day, Professor Schofield, her husband, John, and her sister-in-law, as they walked down to the park with their combined 3 young children. Professor Schofield looked at an email on her phone. It was her work email, and the email was from a University of Idaho alumni. The alumni in the email said, "You should look at this link," and sent a link. And so Professor Schofield did. She watched the video, and she watched it again and again. And that video and others like it brought the life she had so carefully built with her family and her career and her reputation to a screeching halt. This is Professor Schofield's life and her story, and you'll hear it from her, and you will see that video. It will be Exhibit 40. You will see that Exhibit 40 falsely states that Professor Schofield orchestrated the murders and the execution of the 4 students, and that she possibly did it because she was dating or wanted to date one of the murdered female students. The video has Professor Schofield's picture. It has her contact information at the University of Idaho History Department. It has her official university bio, and it has the defendant TikToker. TikToker made the video on the social media application TikTok, and she posted it, and others like it again and again and again. And again and again and again. TikToker told her TikTok followers and others who could find the content online using hashtags over search engines that Professor Schofield orchestrated the murders of the 4 students, and that she did so because she was having a relationship, an affair, with one of the murdered female students. It was a salacious story, and it brought lots of clicks in the social media frenzy that followed. Now, this trial, as His Honor has told you, is not about whether TikToker's accusations are true. They are not. Professor Schofield didn't even know the students. TikToker's statements are false statements that this court, His Honor, has already found as a matter of law are defamatory. This trial is only about damages and how much in damages TikToker should be ordered to pay Professor Schofield as a remedy for TikToker's persistent and false accusations that shattered Professor Schofield's life. That is the decision that you will have to make. Now, as His Honor has told you, there are 2 defamation claims, 2 false statements. The false statements that Professor Schofield orchestrated the murders, and the false statement that Professor Schofield had an affair with one of the murdered students. In this trial, Professor Schofield is asking for 2 kinds of damages in relation to those 2 false statements. First, she's asking you to award her compensatory damages. Damages that are to compensate her for the harm done by TikToker. And there are 2 parts of that. There are economic damages and non-economic damages. The economic damages are for reasonable out-of-pocket costs for things like increased security and mental and medical health care. Her non-economic damages are to compensate her for the emotional harm caused by TikToker's false statements, and that harm is immeasurable. Second, Professor Schofield is asking you to award her punitive damages, damages that are designed to deter TikToker and others from engaging in similar conduct. The evidence you will hear and see in this trial will focus primarily on the emotional harm to Professor Schofield and to the internet and to the impact on her career and her ability to function on her relationships with her family, the impact on how she teaches her classes, and you'll see evidence that, unsurprisingly, the emotional harm, the emotional toil, or emotional toll, also affected her physical health. You will see, quite frankly, that Professor Schofield is not the same person today that she was on November the 23rd of 2022, the day before TikToker's false statements turned her life upside down. You will hear about the damages to Professor Schofield caused by TikToker's false statements through 9 witnesses. You'll, of course, hear from Professor Schofield. This is her story. And you'll hear from 3 other people close to her who knew her before November the 24th of 2022, before the TikToks were posted, and had stayed close to her since. Those 3 people are her husband, John, who she met when they were both growing up in Emmett, Idaho, her best friend, Chris Hansen, who she met when they were both at college in Oregon, and her mother, Maggie Schofield, or Margie. Margie? Sorry. I was not there when they had Margie on the stand. You'll hear from the dean of Professor Schofield's college at the University of Idaho, Sean Quinlan. He was one of the first people that Professor Schofield talked to on the evening of November 24th, 2022, after watching the TikTok in Exhibit 40. He will describe the Professor Schofield that he knew when, and the Professor Schofield, the person Professor Schofield became when she watched the video. And you will hear from 2 professionals. You'll hear from Rebecca Bond, a Moscow licensed mental health counselor who has been treating Professor Schofield for nearly 3 years. She will tell you that she diagnosed Professor Schofield with post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, that Professor Schofield still suffers from PTSD as a result of TikToker's false statements, and that Professor Schofield will need that ongoing mental health treatment for the foreseeable future. You will also hear from Rebecca Talent, a retired professor emerita, I don't know how to say that word, from the University of Idaho, who has more than 50 years of experience in public relations, journalism, and academia. Based on her experience and training, Professor Talent will testify about the impact that negative online statements can have a person's reputation and career, and she will testify about how hard it is for a person whose reputation and career has been attacked to repair that reputation. After all, online statements last forever. And you'll hear from TikToker. You will see several TikToks. You will not see all the TikToks that TikToker began posting on November 23rd of 2022, and falsely stating that Professor Schofield orchestrated the murders, and falsely stating that Professor Schofield had a relationship with one of the murdered female students. There are many of them, over 100, and His Honor has already ruled as a matter of law, that the statements Professor Schofield or probably about Professor Schofield made, are defamatory. But you will see several of them, and you will see that over and over and over again, in her own voice and in the text she displayed on the screen of the TikTok. TikToker made these false statements. Now, I anticipate that TikToker will elicit testimony and will argue that although Judge Patrico found these statements to be false, she subjectively believed them. And there are 2 important things to consider if you hear that evidence in this case. First, whether TikToker subjectively believed her statements is only relevant to whether or not Professor Schofield should be awarded punitive damages. It is not relevant to whether or not Professor Schofield should be awarded compensatory damages. It's not relevant to whether or not Professor Schofield was harmed and damaged by the statements. And second, while Miss TikToker may elicit evidence that she subjectively believed her false statements, you'll also see evidence that TikToker did not stop making those false statements, even when she was provided with facts that told her they were false, or provided with facts that told her that She should exercise some caution when accusing someone of ordering murders and having an affair with a student. You'll see that she did not stop when Professor Schofield sent her a cease and desist letter on November 28th, 2022. And she did not stop when Professor Schofield sent her a cease and desist letter on December 8th of 2022. And she did not stop when Professor Schofield filed this lawsuit. And she did not stop on December 27th, 2022, when the Moscow Police Department issued a press release stating they did not believe that the professor who had sued the TikTok artist had something to do with the murders of the 4 students. And she did not stop when Bryan Kohberger was arrested for the murders. She did not stop throughout the entire time that Bryan Kohberger, and Bryan Kohberger alone, was being prosecuted for the murders. And she did not stop when she was told by the University of Idaho that it had no record of Professor Schofield having any communication ever with any of the murdered students or with Bryan Kohberger. And you will hear that she did not begin gathering any facts regarding any of her allegations until well after this lawsuit was filed. Give me 1 second, because I'm seeing people are still having issues with... All right, I turned it up pretty high, so I hope it helps. So sorry. Let's see. To be certain, Miss TikToker moved from TikTok to YouTube, and she sometimes spoke on other social media personality shows. She did not stop. TikToker is a smart woman, and she is social media savvy. The evidence will show that she billed herself as someone who could solve mysterious deaths. The evidence you will see will show that she knew where to find Professor Schofield's University of Idaho picture and biography. She knew how to track down pictures and information about the murdered students. She knew how to use TikTok to maximum effort to share her false statements far and wide. And the evidence will show that she spent at least the last 4 months living abroad, traveling to other countries, including countries in Europe and Asia, shopping, snorkeling, going to the beach, and telling that story on her social media platforms while Professor Schofield remains tarnished forever by TikTokers' false statements. To be certain, Professor Schofield knows that her trauma and her tragedy are different from the trauma and tragedy of the 4 University of Idaho students who were killed. She still has her life and her family and her job, but Professor Schofield's life and her career are now irreparably intertwined with those murders because of TikToker. Professor Schofield will tell you that in the aftermath of TikToker posting her first TikToks, if you Googled Professor Schofield's name, you got Moscow murders right away in the search results. And now that the court has held as a matter of law that TikToker defamed Professor Schofield, she asks you to listen to the evidence and to award her damages for the harm done to her by TikToker. At the end of the trial, after you have heard the evidence, we will get the chance to address you again. You'll have a verdict form to fill out, and I will ask you to award an amount based on the evidence that you hear that will begin to compensate Professor Schofield for the damage TikToker caused, and to award an amount that will make TikToker stop. Finally. Thank you. All right. So, gonna ask you, what do you think about that opening statement? Right? Okay. So, you can obviously tell who the lawyer is fairly quickly. But her opening statement, I felt like, was a very condensed but very pointed version of like what all happened. Because mind you, when we finally went to trial, or when everybody went to trial on this in February, it had been like 3 years and some change. So it's been a long time, like, dealing with this and all of the documentation. I think we're now up to like 170. Do I dare look? I probably should look. I think we're up to like 170-ish. Sorry, 168 We are up to 168 filings as of today, like as of looking today. I'm just looking on the little thing called Court Listener. Yeah, it's. But yeah, we're up to 100. Yeah, 168. So that already kind of puts into perspective, like, how chaotic this whole thing is in general, because good gravy, woman. But yeah, 170. So the court, thank you, Miss Olson. TikToker, do you wish to make an opening statement? TikToker, yes, sir. The court, all right, you may proceed. All right, I'm going to take a quick drink because holy guacamole. All right. TikToker's opening statement. Who's ready? Because chaos. All right. Good afternoon. We've gathered here today not because I made a TikTok video regarding the murder of the 4 University of Idaho students and my attempt to find who did it. Who, what, when, where, and why. We're here today because Professor is pretending to be a victim. Professor, you will see by the evidence, will present evidence that, or attempt to present evidence, that she is severely mentally damaged from a TikTok video. The evidence will also show that's impossible. Oh. I have a voice changer, but I don't know if I should do it. Maybe I will later on, but the evidence will show that I did not act in an attempt to ruin Professor's life for no reason. The evidence will show that my attempt was to get justice for the 4 University of Idaho students who were brutally murdered, and then even strangers, to include myself, were touched across the world and wanted to help. The evidence will show that despite not having any damages, Professor, instead of focusing on helping the students to find out who murdered them, what, when, where, and why, and get more information, instead made this all about her. The evidence will show she was not defamed. Let me retract that, because the judge determined that she was defamed. The evidence will show that the social media audience revered Professor, called her a hero, gave her money. At the University of Idaho, she didn't lose a job. She didn't lose wages. She didn't lose promotion opportunities. Instead, they paid her legal fees, also giving her money. The evidence will also show the news media instead blasted me, not Professor. She did not suffer any reputational harm. Instead, I did. But I'm not here today to pretend to be a victim. That's a bad word in my life. I'm here today because I made a decision to put myself on the line to get more information regarding who, what, when, where, and why the 4 University of Idaho students were murdered. I put myself on the line because someone asked me. I was a tarot and oracle card reader on TikTok. I did readings through my audience on TikTok regarding mysterious deaths or deaths that occurred under mysterious circumstances and that are not solved. My audience requested me to do readings on the murders of the 4 University of Idaho students because I had no idea that it occurred because I'm not from Idaho. At the time, I was doing readings on Tiffany Valentine, Tamala Horsford, and Shaquella Robinson. Cases that were not solved and did not bring the families justice. On that day, a concerned citizen asked me, told me, I'm waiting on you to do a reading on the murder of the 4 University of Idaho students. When I started doing tarot readings and oracle card readings, which I firmly believe in the truth and accuracy of, it started to give me messages about a professor, a student, and someone having 2 options regarding ordering and orchestrating the murder of the student. So I had to ask myself, okay, do I release this information And the reason why I ask myself that is because who am I in Idaho? I don't perceive myself to be someone who could make a difference in law enforcement because I didn't live in Idaho. I don't have connections in Idaho. I don't have friends and family in Idaho. I did. The evidence will show that I submitted to the tip line, but I wanted to do more. So I asked myself, what can I do to make a difference? Again, because I believed in my statements that Professor Schofield was involved with the murders as well as others. I'm sorry, as well as others? Okay. The evidence will show you. I did post those videos. I'm not going to lie about that. I have no reason to lie about that. The evidence will show I was very passionate about it. Not because I gave extra attention, because I already had a platform. I put myself and my platform on the line to get justice for the students. No, you fucking didn't. No, you didn't. As it pertains to damages, punitive damages, the evidence will show, and I have objective evidence of my motives, because during my spiritual journey, which I was on for about 7 years, I documented everything. I wrote books, I wrote on why I was doing the things, and I attempted to motivate others. I have concrete proof of why I started the Solving Mysterious Death series and what my purpose was. Proof that I published way before the murder of the 4 University of Idaho students and way before I accused the professor of being involved in their murders. Okay. The evidence will show that none of Professor Schofield's compensatory damages have anything to do with the TikTok video that I posted that have absolutely no effect on her life. The evidence will also show the non-economic damages that Professor Schofield is seeking for severe mental health disorders does not directly connect with a TikTok video because the APA standards under the DSM-5 does not allow it. The evidence will show that even though the judge has determined as a matter of law that I defamed Professor Schofield, the evidence will not show that I did it with intent to harm. That's all. Thank you. So, what do we think? What do we think? What do we think of the chaos? Matt Stagger says, it seems she's still trying to litigate the defamation that has already been proven. Focus on what you say. There are no damages. Yeah, so... Or focus on why you say there are no damages. Yeah, so... A running theme, when I saw her in the court, was very much a... I'm not here to prove damages. I'm here to prove that I didn't defame her. And that's the thing too. Like, she's so smart. Like, when she gets out of that area of being like, well, I didn't defame you, and like actually kind of fights, she's very intelligent. Like, you can tell that she dug in to try to find a way to get out of this, I guess is the right wording. But it was so interesting to watch her because you could tell that she was just so irritated by the whole thing. But yeah. So the court, thank you, TikToker. Members of the jury, now we're going to begin the presentation of evidence in this case with the plaintiff's case in chief. Miss Olson, please call your first witness. Give me 1 second. Okay. Sorry, want to double check. Okay. I have a deadline, so I have to make sure that I'm done by a certain time. And I was like, wait, I forgot what time I needed to be there. We're good. Ms. Olson, yes, plaintiff calls Professor Schofield. Court, Miss Schofield, if you'll approach the witness stand. And then they swore in Professor Schofield. So the courtroom deputy, if you'll take a seat, if you'll please, and state and spell your full name for the record. And then she did. The court, Miss Olson, you may inquire. Miss Olson, thank you, Your Honor, and may we have the evidence presentation system switched over to Ms. Bibb's computer. The court, please. And then this is the direct examination of the actual professor. So, this went on for about, I think she was on the stand for like 4 hours, if I remember correctly, like 4 or 5 hours. She went until they ended the day, and then I think they continued on the next day, if I remember correctly. So this was a very, very long examination of her, and I can't imagine what was going through her head when she found out that the TikToker was representing herself, because she knew that she would have to be cross-examined by her. So I feel awful for her. I truly do. It's crazy. Okay. So, Attorney Olson is the one to cross-exam or direct examine professor. All right. Question, Professor, what city did you live in? Answer, Moscow, Idaho. What work do you do there? I'm an associate professor of American history and chair of the Department of History. Are you currently working? I'm still employed at the University of Idaho, but I am currently on medical leave. Question, are you originally from Idaho? I'm from Emmett, Idaho. I'm actually going to probably skip all of this. It's not really any benefit to her, but she's a cultural historian of the U.S. West. She has been a professor at the U of I for about 10 years. She went to Harvard, which was really cool. I didn't know she went to Harvard. I unfortunately wasn't here this day. So she's also a chair on the Department of History. And then they also talk about her work in academia. So she is authored of one book, co-author of another book. She also has several articles and chapters in edited collections. They ask, like, what does publishing have in her profession? And it's pretty much like a make it or break it thing. Nobody wants you to teach if you don't have publications. Talks about her marriage. And then talks about her kids a little bit. And then they finally direct her to the fall of 2022. So, question by Attorney Olson. Professor Schofield, I'd like to direct your attention to the fall of 2022. Is that a time period when you were teaching history at the University of Idaho in Moscow? Answer, yes, I was. Question, what was your position at the time? Answer, I was an associate professor and chair of the Department of History. Question, the same positions you hold now. Answer, correct. What were your duties as chair of the history department? So a chair is like a member or manager of the department. So we are in charge of doing everything from student recruitment, enrollment, retention, scheduling courses, sponsorships, scholarships, budgeting, assessment, pretty much everything to kind of keep a department running smoothly. In the fall of 2022, were you teaching any classes? Yes, I was teaching one course. What was that course called? The Long 1960s. What was the Long 1960s history course about? Answer, it covers about a 20-year time span between 1955 and 1975, and we go over the social and political changes happening in the United States at the time. Question, how many days a week did you teach that class? Answer, twice, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and for how long? 75 minutes. Professor Schofield, I want to direct your attention to the second week of November in 2022. Were you in Moscow that weekend? Answer, I was not. Question, where were you? I was in Portland, Oregon. When did you go to Portland, Oregon? On Thursday, November 10th. Oh, and then they talk about when she was there. This was the time period of the murders. So she was in Portland, Oregon for a wedding that her husband was a part of, and then they went and saw an old friend of hers that she hadn't seen. How many hours is it to drive from Portland, Oregon to Moscow, Idaho? About 6 hours. Professor Schofield, did your children go with you and your husband for the wedding? Oh, she said to Moscow, but she meant Portland. Sorry, I misspoke. Portland to see for the wedding and your friend Chris. No, they stayed in Moscow. My parents had come up from Emmett to stay with them at our house to keep their routine. Question. Did there come a time on that Sunday, November the 13th, when you learned that there had been a serious crime on or near campus? Answer, yes. At about 1 p.m., I received what's called a Vandal Alert, which is a campus-wide messaging system that security or upper administration can reach the entire campus community quickly. And I received a message that said that there had been a homicide on King Road, which they said in the text message was near campus. Where were you when you received the Vandal Alert? We were not quite home yet. Were you still in the car? Yeah, we were still driving. Were there any other details that you received from the Vandal Alert other than those you described? I think they sent some other alerts throughout the day to just say that there's no further information and that they would keep people updated. They got home, they checked. She said that she got a few more emails from everybody, just double checking. It was mainly her just talking about if they wanted to keep a normal routine for those days or if they felt it was just beneficial for all the students to go home. They originally said, sure, let's try to keep a normal routine for those who can't go home. And then after she saw how upset all her students were, then they decided they'll cancel Thursday and move forward with that. And then she talks about she couldn't remember when she learned the identities of the students. She must have known before class on Tuesday, but didn't have a strong memory of that. It was before Thanksgiving. And then question, and did you know any of the students once you learned their names? Did you know any of the students? I did not. Question, to your knowledge, have you ever taught any of them? Answer, I had not. Question, in that week before Thanksgiving, what was it like being in Moscow, Idaho? Answer, Moscow's a really small college town, and in late November it starts getting dark at like 3:30 in the afternoon, and there was just this sort of oppressive atmosphere that settled over the campus. Everyone was really upset, really scared, and it just felt very dark and frightening. Question, were you beginning to hear speculation about what had gone on and who might be responsible? Answer, yes. Within a couple of days, online speculation started to increase rapidly, and there were already a lot of theories being banded about it in that week prior to Thanksgiving. Question, and is that part of what made everything feel on edge? Answer, absolutely. Question, did you have plans for Thanksgiving? Yes. And then they talk about who came up. And I'm going to direct your attention to Thanksgiving Day, November 24th, 2022. Do you recall that day? Answer, I do. Question, what happened? The morning was pretty busy. John and his sister really loved to cook together, and they were all getting ready for the meal. And about mid-morning, the kids were getting stir-crazy, so we decided that John, his sister, and I were all going to walk them down the street to a park to kind of get the wiggles out. Question, when were you doing that? What, if anything else, did you do? Answer, I checked my work email, and we were almost to the park when I sort of pulled it up on my phone and looked at it, and I saw an unfamiliar name. And so I clicked on it. In the body of the email, it just said, hi, I'm an alumna, and I think you should watch this. Question, what did you do when you read the email saying, I think you should watch this? Answer, I handed my phone to my husband because he's an IT professional, and I haven't been known to click on not great links. And I showed it to him and asked, does this look okay to click on? Question, and what was his response, if any? Answer, he clicked on the link and watched it first, and I saw his face. Question, what did you see in his face? Answer, alarm. And he immediately closed it, handed the phone back to me, and said, do not watch that. Question, did you follow your husband's direction? Answer, no, I did not. Question, what did you do? Answer, my sister-in-law and I decided to answer it or to watch it anyways, and we clicked on the link and a video came up. Question, what was your reaction when you saw the video in the link? Answer, I was shocked and stunned, speechless. Question, did you watch the video in the link one time? Answer, we watched it many times. Question, and when you say we, who do you mean? Answer, my sister-in-law, my husband, and I. And where were you when you were watching this video in the link over and over again? We were standing in the park. And did you watch it? And why did you watch it over and over again? I think I was just so confused. I didn't understand what was happening. I didn't understand who this person was, why they had my photo, why they thought I knew the students at all, why they were saying these things. You've said a few things that sound like details from the video you saw. Yeah, yes. What do you recall about the video that you watched? So, when I clicked on it, the video started, and it was a person obviously referring to the killings of the students. She simply said, this is the teacher who ordered the execution of the students, and she sort of sidesteps, and it's my photo. Has anybody seen that video, by the way? Just for, like, asking sake. I don't think I've seen this video. I've seen, like, screenshots of it, but I don't think I've actually seen this video. Has anybody seen it? No? Maybe? Okay. Aw, dang it. Hold on. Something glitched. No, don't glitch. Don't glitch. Okay. Okay. Oh, question, did you recognize the person who made the video? Answer, I did not. Question, what impact did this video have on your Thanksgiving? Answer, for me it derailed the day. John and Jenny worked really hard on the meal, and I tried to just seem normal in front of my in-laws and my kids while also trying to figure out what next steps I should take. Question, and what were your emotions like at the time? Answer, it was already a really dark and scary time, and my initial emotions were pretty panicked of how do I make this stop as fast as possible. Question, Professor Schofield, I'm going to direct your attention to that screen in front of you, and then Miss Bibb will be bringing up what we marked for identification purposes as exhibit number 40, and just sort of the front part of that. Professor Schofield, do you recognize the initial picture here on exhibit number 40? Answer, yes, this is a screenshot from that first video I saw. Question, and how do you recognize this as the screenshot from the first video that you saw? Answer, because I will never forget it. Question, and this is the screenshot from that TikTok video attached to the email that you looked at on November 24th, 2022, correct? Answer, correct. Question, prior to your testimony here at trial, Professor Schofield, have you watched Exhibit 40 all the way through? Yes, I have. In Exhibit 40, a true and correct copy of the TikTok video you watched. Yes, it is, from the link in the email on November 24th of 2022. They probably overlapped. And yes, it is. Oh, don't worry. We'll get to a ton of fucking overlapping once Rebecca Bond is on the fucking stand, because holy shit. Just Josh says, I've never seen any of her videos, not even clips, but I do remember hearing about her while the case was still fresh. And then Matt Stagger says that poor professor just trying to have a Thanksgiving and seeing all of that out of the blue. And the fact that it was sent to her work email, like, I do understand, like, if you don't know how to reach out to somebody and you've, went to this college or graduated this college and you know that teacher, like, you feel like you should probably reach out. But the fact that it came through, she was, like, still checking her work email while on break day was just wild to me. Ms. Olson, Your Honor, at this time I'd offer exhibit number 40. The court, TikToker, any objection? TikToker, no objection. The court, exhibit number 40 will be admitted. And then the court, do you wish to publish it? Ms. Olson, yes, Your Honor. The court, all right, you may. And then they play the video. So I really, what I wanted to do, or what I thought about doing, was grabbing all the exhibits, and then when they showed it or something, I could pull the exhibit up and we could watch it. But I'll be very frank, I don't want to pull up her videos. I don't want to find them, even if they're archived somewhere. I truly believe it's not worth it, because they're also just spreading a ton of misinformation too. But it's just heartbreaking in the sense of like all of this started happening in November, and later on we find out some things too, that she was about to go into a big surgery, and it's just so heartbreaking to see how her life was so derailed from all of this. So question by Attorney Olson and Professor Schofield, was that the entirety of the video that you saw on November 24th of 2022? Answer, yes, that was the entirety of that video. Question, Professor Schofield, you've described a little bit of what you did when you got back to your house. What else did you do? Answer, after I talked about it a little more with John and his sister, I decided I needed to do something. So I forwarded the message to my dean and simply said, this is really scary. I don't know what to do. Question, what happened after you forwarded the video in exhibit number 40 to Dean Quinlan? Answer, Dean Quinlan called pretty quickly afterwards, and we discussed next steps. So based on your conversation with Dean, what did you do as next steps? Immediately called the Moscow Police Department. I informed them of the allegations in the video, and then I called the UI security office. Did you actually talk to anyone when you called the Moscow Police Department? I initially just left a message, and then a little bit later, a police officer called back. And did you talk to that police officer when he called you back? Yes. He called and said that he watched all 10 videos, which I didn't know there were already 10 videos. So that was very shocking. He simply said that they would keep an eye on it and that they would reach out to me if they had any further questions. I actually did not know this in the beginning, that by the time, I don't know where that came from. But I didn't know that by the time that all of this had happened, that she had already started posting a bunch. Like, video beyond video beyond video. Because I knew it was like 115, I believe. I did not know that she had posted like 10 or 11 in like the first day of posting about it. Yeah, and shocking. Question, did you know whether or not contact was made with the University of Idaho IT security? Answer, yes. Both Dean and I reached out, and they immediately removed all of my information from all of U of I's various websites. So that's the department webpage, but including a lot of my research projects and other web pages that the university had. Question, and did you have any conversations with the U of I security about what other steps you could take at that point with respect to your security? Answer, yes. They suggested I lock down my social media. Did you have any social media at the time? Answer, I did not have much. I just had Facebook, which was mostly pictures of my children, and then a LinkedIn. Question, and what does it mean if you know to lock down your Facebook? So they helped me walk through how to remove my privacy settings so that only my friends could see my posts on Facebook. Question, did you do anything else or talk to anyone else that night on November 24th of 2022? Answer, yes. After we had dinner and we got the kids to bed, I reached out to a friend who's a lawyer with the ACLU and asked if she would watch the videos and give me her opinion. Question, and after you talked to her, did she suggest that you take any other action? Answer, she suggested that I do not go on social media and try to combat it by just posting my own TikToks. She suggested I reach out for legal advice, and she suggested you, Wendy Olson. Question, did you talk to anyone other than your friend, the lawyer, from the ACLU that night? Answer, yes, I called my good friend Chris. Question, your friend Chris in Portland. Answer, Chris in Portland. Question, and did you have a conversation with him about what had happened? Answer, yes, I filled him in on what had happened. He's much more tech savvy than I was. He sounded extremely upset, and he said that he would help start monitoring stuff online for us. Question, do you recall approximately what time it is that you reached out to Mr. Hansen? Answer, I think it was pretty late, like 10 p.m. Question, Professor Schofield, were you able to sleep that night? Answer, no, I was not. Question, why not? Answer, I felt that I was having a panic attack. How did that feel? Racing heart, sweating, blood rushing, I couldn't breathe. Yeah, I just felt like my heart was going to explode. Question, what did you do? I went and laid in my son's bed because his bedroom is the closest to an entrance to our house. And I was so afraid for him, so I just sat there at the end of his bed all night and watched him. Question, Professor Schofield, what happened the next day, the day after Thanksgiving? Answer, so my in-laws were staying for another day, so I just got up with everybody, tried to be a good host, and daughter-in-law and mom, and we watched the Boise State game in the morning, and then in the afternoon, I made sure the kids looked nice, and we went and had family portraits taken. Professor Schofield, when did your in-laws leave to return to Emmett? They left early morning on Saturday. Had you told your in-laws, meaning your mother-in-law and father-in-law, about the video in Exhibit 40 when they left Moscow for Emmett the morning of November 26th? Answer, no, we had not. Question, why not? Answer, we wanted them to enjoy the weekend and to have those memories and to not scare them, and we were very hopeful we could stop it. Question, what did you do then that Saturday after your in-laws left to drive back to Emmett? Answer, as soon as everybody left, John and I sat down, talked about everything, sort of reviewed the number of videos, and we decided some very radical security changes needed to happen. Question, Professor Schofield, what security did you have at the time? Answer, barely any. We had grown up in Emmett. We lived in Moscow. These were really safe places, so we barely locked our doors. Question, did that change? It did. How? We immediately started locking the doors. I locked them day and night, anytime we were in the house. I mean, just all the time. And then John looked into getting a security system for our entire property. Question, was it hard for you to make those changes? Answer, it was. I mean, I think John and I still had a small town perception of the world, and it was hard for us. But it was even harder for our kids, who were very young at the time. And we were doing all of a sudden all of these not normal things, so we had to explain them away, talking about security system like, oh, we're going to watch the foxes and things like that, and just trying to make sure everything seemed as stable and normal for them as possible. Question, what happened next with respect to the TikTok videos? I don't know why, but my nose is so freaking itchy, it's not even funny. Oh my gosh. I don't know if it's because I'm talking, so my nose is vibrating, but Jiminy Crickets. Okay. There were just so many of them by that afternoon, and they were being watched hundreds of thousands of times. It felt like the hope that we had to contain it quickly was very rapidly slipping away. Question, were you communicating on that day with your husband, John, and your friend, Chris? Answer, yes. They were trying to figure out who this person was and why she was targeting me. Question, did you learn anything more about her? Answer, all we learned is that she promoted herself as an online sleuth, and that was really all we knew. And in that small amount of additional information, could you tell if this was someone you knew? Answer, we knew that she was not someone we knew, and sort of her basic information was very, very clear she was not in Moscow. Question, did you tell your parents? Answer, yes. After we did our risk assessment that day, we decided we couldn't really keep it from our families anymore. So I reached out to my parents and told them, and to my siblings. And then when Tom and Leanne got home later, we called and let them know as well. Question, who are Tom and Leanne? My in-laws. Why didn't you tell your parents right away? Answer, I think when you're in the middle ages, you try really hard to protect your parents as much as your kids, and I just didn't want them to be afraid. They were already afraid that we were in Moscow and that this horrific thing had just happened. We didn't want to add to that. Question, other than telling your parents and John's parents and your brothers, did there come a time when you told other family members? Answer, we didn't reach out to any other immediate family right away. It was not much later. It was a few more days until we told many other people. We did tell our neighbors. I'm sorry, my dyslexia is kicking in. I need to figure out how to put this in black and like flip it so it's black with white text because that'll be easier. You told your neighbors this that weekend, yes, just to let them know what was going on in the case. They saw anything suspicious that they could let us know. In the neighborhood we live in, there are no fences, so we just wanted them to keep an eye on the kids and just look out for each other. Question, how were you feeling about your security at the time? Answer, just very vulnerable and exposed. Question, why? Answer, already the speculation was just growing and growing, and people's concerns about the fact that there were no suspects or even no leads, and all of a sudden my name was being shouted into a world where 4 young people had just been killed, and there was a person who had done it still probably in our community. It just felt like any security blanket I had ever had been ripped off. Question, did you talk to anyone else in that time, that weekend after Thanksgiving? Answer, I talked to you, Wendy Olson. Question, and did you make any decisions about what to do after your conversation with me? Answer, I decided we needed to send a cease and desist letter before my hysterectomy that next week. Question, why did you feel like you needed to send a cease and desist letter before your upcoming hysterectomy? Answer, I was just trying to get more people stable and protected, and I felt that maybe if we sent a letter, this person would realize that I was a human who had a family, and it seemed to be a respectful and responsible way to approach it. Question, in addition to deciding to send the cease and desist letter in those days leading up to your scheduled hysterectomy, what other steps did you take regarding managing your life around the TikToks online? Answer, I was really focused on getting the household ready for my hysterectomy and major surgery. I was really trying to not spiral and watch all the videos and read all the comments, and so I was trying to practice avoidance and just trying to act normal in front of my kids. They already knew about the murders, and then we didn't want to scare them even more. Question, did you have communications with people at the university regarding what was going on, and particularly in light of your upcoming hysterectomy and the TikToks? Answer, yes. As soon as Monday rolled around, we were in constant contact, regular check-ins with my dean to manage the situation on campus, and then we also reached out to our kids' schools. I talked to their teachers and principals and other counselors to make sure that there was an increased security protocols in place for them. Question, and what did those increased security protocols consist of? Answer, we had a pretty long list of approved pickups previously, and we narrowed those down just to myself, my husband, or my mom, and we asked that they just monitor the kids very closely outside. A lot of the playgrounds in Moscow don't have fences, and to let us know if they saw anything suspicious, and then also with regards to their teachers and counselors, letting us know if they were having any increased mental health issues or concerns or anxiety. Question, did you continue to teach your classes? Answer, I did, but I moved the rest of the semester online. Question, why did you do that? Answer, campus just no longer felt safe. A lot of people were being accused, and some of the people were talking about arming themselves publicly. It felt just like everything was teetering on the edge, and I think especially as an American historian, I just know that it only takes one person to believe someone and take justice into their own hands, and I just didn't feel like I could be there safely anymore. Question, Professor Schofield, did your parents travel to Moscow to help provide help when you had your surgery? Yes. So they were going to come up a couple days later, but after they learned the false accusations, they decided to come up earlier. They came up on Tuesday, the 29th, just to help me and also to keep an eye on the kids. Question, was there anything different about their visit when they arrived that time? Answer, yes. This time they brought a legally owned, properly secured firearm with them. Question, and were you aware that they were doing that? Answer, yes. We had talked about it before. It wasn't their standard practice, but we agreed that was with safety procedures that it would make us all feel better. And Professor Schofield, you mentioned that you decided to send a cease and desist letter. Do you recall the date of the first cease and desist? That was sent on November 28th of 2022. Yes, 2022. And how do you know the first cease and desist was sent on that date? Answer, because I reviewed it before it was sent. Question, I'm going to direct your attention either to the screen in front of you, or I think you have a book in front of you or a binder. You can go to tab 19 and I'll have Miss Bibb bring up Exhibit 19. Professor Schofield, do you recognize Exhibit 19? Answer, yes. This is the copy of the first cease and desist letter that we sent to TikToker. Question, how do you recognize Exhibit 19 as the cease and desist letter, the first one sent to TikToker? Answer, because I reviewed it before we sent it. Oh, I was like, sorry, that sounds like a dog just got into my house. It's not. It's because one of the windows is open and I forgot. My brain was like, oh my god, there's a dog. No, I'm good. We're good. False alarm. Oh, Kelsey, yeah, I don't mind getting the transcripts, and I've sent them to a few people, so I mean, I'm always willing to send more. It's about transparency. I want to make sure everything is open because Idaho's federal courts are locked down, and I think our Supreme Courts are too. So if we go to the Supreme Court, I'll be there again. Don't worry. I got a nice shiny new notebook all ready to go. Um, and how do you recognize Exhibit 19 as the cease and desist letter? I reviewed it before I sent it. Question. Did you authorize it to be sent? Answer, I did. And this is Exhibit number 19, a true and correct copy of that first cease and desist letter. Answer, it is. Miss Olson, Your Honor, at this time I'd offer Exhibit number 19. TikToker, any objection? TikToker, no objection. And then the court, Exhibit 19 will be admitted. And may we publish it to the jury, Your Honor? The court, you may. Professor Schofield, why did you authorize this letter to be sent? We just wanted her to stop. What was your purpose? To just illustrate that I was a person that was also seeing these and they were doing damage. Professor Schofield, do you know why this? Well, I'll direct your attention, I guess, to the very top. Do you see where it says via email only? Yes, I see that. Do you know why the cease and desist letter was sent by email only? Answer, because her physical address was not known at the time. Question, what action did you request that TikToker take through this cease and desist letter? Answer, we asked that she remove all previous content, that she stop making content, and that she apologize. Question, to your knowledge, did TikToker do that? Answer, she did not. Question, how did you learn that she didn't stop making those? Answer, on Wednesday, November 30th, the day before my surgery, all of the videos hit Emmett, our hometown. Question, how did you learn that the videos hit Emmett, your hometown? Answer, my mom's and John's, her husband's, and my cell phones all started getting many phone calls and messages from family and friends in the area. Question, and are you aware of any impact on your family members in Emmett when the videos hit there? Answer, yes. So we have a pretty big combined family and a lot of them work for the school district, so we knew it was making its way through the schools. And so my sister-in-law had to go take my niece and nephew out of the school that day so they wouldn't learn about it from their phones or from their friends. Question, what impact did that have on you, Professor Schofield? Answer, was pretty devastating. I think we're very much proud of where we come from and have worked really hard to be someone that my hometown's proud of. And all of a sudden, everyone we knew was just seeing these horrific statements saying that I was abusing my students and ordering murders, and I just wanted to disappear. Professor Schofield, did you have your scheduled hysterectomy on December 1st? Answer, I did. Question, did you have any thoughts going into that knowing that these videos were out there? Answer, I remember very distinctly John driving me to the hospital, and I just remember thinking if something goes wrong and I don't wake up, these are just what's out there. This is just what's being said, and I have never gotten the chance to stop them. Question, Professor Schofield, after your surgery, did the TikTok videos have any impact on your ability to recover at home? Answer, yes. I mean, in early December, it almost became a full-time job. We just had sorts of waves of inquiries coming in from family and friends. I was doing routine check-ins with my university, with my kids' school, with our parents. I was getting phone calls from, friends all the way in the UK who were having this just crop up in their feeds. And then I also started to get really strange calls and messages, sometimes to my personal phone. Sometimes they were just random people, asking if this was true. Other times it was journalists, and it just felt like there was no time in which I just healed. Question, Professor Schofield, did you have any professional projects at the time aside from teaching the class that we've discussed? Answer, yes. I was also working on a co-authored book. I was revising a co-authored play. We were hiring a director for that and working with a museum. I was still working on my oral history project. I had numerous articles and chapters and edited collections out for review. So just a lot of things up in the air. Question, did you have to do anything at the time to let others that you were working with on those projects know about the TikToks that were being posted online falsely stating that you had orchestrated the murders and falsely stating that you had an affair with a student? Answer, yes. I had to reach out individually to my publisher, to my co-author, to every collaborator on every project, and let them know of these horrific allegations that I had engaged in sexual misconduct or in orchestrating the murders of students. Question, why did you think you had to reach out to those people and let them know? Answer, because at the time, if you typed Rebecca Schofield into Google, it auto-populated Moscow murders. And it was very obvious that people throughout our campus and community and nationally, people were just finding out about it on their TikTok feeds. Question, and what concerns did you have at that time for your professional work? Answer, in particular, it would put at risk everything that was public facing. Anything that had my name on it, I had to find out whether collaborators were still willing to work with me on it. I also knew that this obliterated any hope I had of having an online presence, so I wouldn't be able to promote any of this work that I've been working on for years with collaborators. Question, Professor Schofield, at this time, did you know anything more? Had you learned anything more about who TikToker was? Answer, we hadn't really learned anything more other that her selection of me seemed extremely arbitrary. Question, Professor Schofield, in December after your surgery, did you take any other action? Answer, we decided to send a second cease and desist letter. Why did you decide that? Because we were still hoping she would stop. I'll direct your attention to Exhibit 20, and you can either look at the screen in front of you or in the book at tab 20. Do you recognize Exhibit 20? Answer, I do. And what do you recognize Exhibit 20 to be? It's a copy of the second cease and desist letter that we sent. And how do you recognize it as a copy of the second cease and desist letter? Answer, because I reviewed it. And did you authorize the cease and desist letter to be sent? I did. And then they publish it with no objection. Second cease and desist letter was December 8th. And why did you authorize this cease and desist letter to be sent? Because she hadn't stopped after the first one. And was your purpose the same in sending this one? Yes. Question, what action did you request TikToker take? That she remove all existing content, that she stop making new content, and that she apologized. To your knowledge, did she do that? No, she did not. And this letter was also sent to the street address in addition to the email. Is that correct? That's correct. Professor Schofield, do you know if TikToker received the second cease and desist letter? Answer, yes, she did. How do you know that? Because she made a TikTok video where she put the letter on a roll of toilet paper. I actually saw that one. I saw that one from, I think it was from a Toesies video about her. I think I went back and was like looking up different videos, trying to find videos that weren't hers, so I didn't give her views. And I think I found it through his. Which I'm sorry. Putting a cease and desist letter next to some toilet paper and telling them to you're gonna wipe your ass with it. Bold when you're trying to say that you've never received your cease and desist letters. A bold choice, if I do say so myself. Did the TikTok videos continue after December 8th? Yes, they did. And was there anything new and concerning about them? Answer, yes, they became more elaborate and detailed. It was like listening to a plot of a movie or a book that somehow my name was the one of the main characters. It was a moment where I felt like I had lost ownership of my face and my name, that they were no longer stitched to my body. It became increasingly obvious that she was seeking out information about my family, including my husband's name, and it was utterly terrifying. Did you have concerns at this time about your physical safety? Yes, I did. Or yes, we did. Yes, I did. Why was that? By this time, there still wasn't any news in the case, and the entire town was pretty on edge. People, again, were just desperate for answers and looking for anyone to provide those. How did those concerns and that fear affect your behavior? I essentially stopped sleeping at all, and I just wandered the hallway outside my kids' rooms, just back and forth, because I think one of the greatest, maybe the greatest fear I had was that this person was still out there and that they would take an interest in my family, and I didn't want my kids to die first, so I wanted to be there present. Which is so sad that she felt like she needed to not sleep just so her kids, if something were to happen, her kids wouldn't die. That is utterly heartbreaking. I can't imagine dealing with that at all. I don't know. At the time, Professor Schofield, were you generally aware of what was going on with the investigation of the murders? Answered, no. They weren't making anything public at the time, so it just very much felt like it was spiraling in those weeks in Moscow. And did that have an impact on you? This was a huge rupture in our town. It was this horrific event that had happened, and it was the worst thing in living memory. It felt like a lot of people were finding ways to connect and to grieve and to process this tragedy. And when it had first occurred, that felt like something I could be a part of. And then after the false allegations, I felt like all of a sudden I was pulled into that orbit, and I needed to internalize all the fear that was part of that crime, and I could no longer be part of the wider community. Question, Professor Schofield, after you knew TikToker had received the second cease and desist letter but didn't stop posting the TikToks with the false accusations, what did you do? Answer, John and I talked about it, and we saw this as a direct threat to our children, to the career I had built, and we decided someone had to take a public stand against this type of false statements. So we decided to file the lawsuit. Question. And Professor Schofield, did you ever talk to any officer or to the people at the Moscow Police Department other than that first night that you saw the TikTok? Answer. I called back a couple of times and just updated their file and said that there were more and more allegations and more videos and that they were, being watched and circulated. But I never talked to another police officer. They never reached out. And so when you would call and update the file, what were you actually doing? I was just talking to the person they had in charge of the non-emergency line at the time. So I would just state to her, I talked to an officer, a while back. There are allegations being made. Here's the information, how to find them on TikTok, and just giving a sort of basic update to the police department. Question. Professor Schofield, did you come to learn that the Moscow Police Department issued a press release regarding the statements that were being made about you and whether you were likely involved in the murders? Answer. Yes, that happened, I believe, on December 27th. Question. I'm going to direct your attention to exhibit number 21. And do you recognize exhibit 21? Answer. Yes, this is the press release that the Moscow Police Department distributed. Question. Dated December 27th, 2022. Answer. Correct. And then they have no objection and they publish it to the jury. And then question by Attorney Olson. And Professor Schofield, I'll have Miss Bibb zoom in on the top of it. And then the first bullet point. And Professor Schofield, will you please read aloud that first bullet point? Answer. At this time in the investigation, detectives do not believe that the female associate professor and chair of the history department at the University of Idaho suing a TikTok user for defamation is involved in this crime. The Moscow Police Department will not provide a statement about the ongoing civil process. Question. And Professor Schofield, to your knowledge, did the TikToks continue after this press release was issued? Answer. Yes, they did. Question. Professor Schofield, what was the impact on you as you were heading into the holidays? Answer. I think, like most parents, I wanted to cocoon my kids and have all the sugar and the Muppets Christmas Carol and give them a magical Christmas. But I was constantly being pulled away, stepping out of the room to answer phone calls about the false accusations, whether from journalists, university colleagues, friends, family, random people who found my number online. Do not do that, by the way. Do not try to find anybody's information. That is so screwed up. Leave them alone. Anyway, question. Professor Schofield, did you travel at all over the Christmas holidays? Answer, yes. We spent Christmas Day at home, and then the next day we drove to Emmett to spend time with our extended families. Question, what was that like for you? Answer, we were really excited to go because Moscow felt so hard and everything felt so hard. But Emmett is a really, really small town too. So everywhere we went, the dollar store or Albertsons to dinner, people would ask. It was just omnipresent. We couldn't escape it. And this had been going on for a month at the time, and it was like a stone on my chest. It wasn't even just crushing me, it was dissolving me. I was unraveling underneath the weight of it. Question, Professor Schofield, with how you were feeling while you were in Emmett and what had gone on before, did you consider options about what to do with respect to the spring semester at the University of Idaho? Answer, yes. John and I talked about the kids and I moving to Emmett for a while. Did you decide to do that? We didn't. It was very hard, but we just wanted the kids to maintain normalcy at their own school. What impact, if any, did all of that have, or what options were you considering regarding your upcoming teaching responsibilities? Answer. So I was scheduled to teach in the spring our Intro to U.S. History course, 1877 to the present, and that's a really large 100-level course. So it has about anywhere from 70 to 100 students in it. And as we were going through that last week of December, I just didn't know that I could face students and colleagues and be in front of that many people. So I reached out to my dean and we talked about whether it was an option to move my course online if necessary. He was supportive and said if that was something we felt we had to do for our security, that he would support that. Question, Professor Schofield, did there come a time that you learned that someone had been taken into custody with respect to the murders of the 4 students? Answer, yes, on December 30th. Question, how do you recall that it was December 30th that you learned that information? Answer, because I was driving my father to the emergency room with RSV and immediately dropping him off and then driving my mom over for a significant doctor's appointment in the Nampa Caldwell area. Good God, I can't even read my own town that I'm close to that I'm by. So I was actively driving at the time that we got the news. What was your reaction? Elation, relief for the families, for my community. I thought that it was over. Question, what do you mean by I thought it was over? Answer, I thought the accusations towards me would stop. Question, did they stop? Answer, they did not. Question, what happened? Answer, as we went into January, we went back up to Moscow, and I resumed teaching in person, but TikToker just kept making statements. Stories changed, but I was still always named as an abuser, as a murderer, and even though Moscow felt so much better, it just kept getting worse in a lot of ways for me. Question, what impact did it have on you that these TikToks or other video content still identifying you as the person involved in the murders, what impact did that have on you? Answer, it just felt mirrored, like I was stuck in mud, not moving forward. And I started to have conversations with other moms who had their children going through similar things or through other people who had similar experiences. And I just cried with a lot of people about this overwhelming sense of hopelessness and inability to make these things stop. Question, at that point, did you attempt to get any medical or mental health treatment? Answer, yes. Dean and I talked about mental health options with our insurance at the end of December, and in January, once we were back, I started reaching out. But Moscow is a small place, so after many rounds of attempts, I was finally able to get a therapy appointment for May of 2023. Question, Professor Schofield, describe your physical condition in January of 2023. My physical health had started on a downward spiral. I started having debilitating headaches and shooting pains down my left leg, hip problems, shoulder problems. I developed new tingling in my hands and feet, and I just felt like my body was giving out. Question, were you continuing to have trouble with sleep? Answer, I essentially didn't sleep until I was taking over-the-counter sleep medication. And a lot of those, of course, come with side effects, like grogginess. So I was kind of in this cycle of either being exhausted or being groggy, which then made me less optimal of a mom. I was quite irritable and sad and would cry, which obviously was very scary for my kids. Question, Professor Schofield, you're aware that Bryan Kohberger not only pled guilty but has been sentenced, correct? Correct. To your knowledge, genuinely crickets, I can't talk very well. To your knowledge, has TikToker ever stopped referring to you as the person who orchestrated the murders? To my knowledge, she has not. Professor Schofield, you have talked a bit about the impact on your ability to teach and your concern with having to discuss the TikToks with your publisher, co-authors, and others who are involved in the projects with you. Did you also have concerns about whether these TikToks might affect the University of Idaho employing you? Yes, I did. What concerns did you have? The allegations. These false statements about sexual misconduct and murder were horrible, and I was concerned that once there's a perception of misconduct by a facility member that impacts our wider reputation. And by our bylaws in the Department of History, a faculty member cannot be promoted without what's called a national or international reputation in their field of study. And I just knew that rumor has as much power as reality, and that if I lost the trust of my colleagues or students, then my career was in serious jeopardy. Question, Professor Schofield, were there policies at the University of Idaho that prohibited the conduct that TikToker had accused you of in the videos? Absolutely, yes. Then she brings up Exhibit 27, which is the faculty handbook for the University of Idaho that covers consensual romantic or sexual relationships. Pretty much just states that she reviews it annually and that she first saw it in 2016, and they have to review it every single year. How did you know the policy was in place? It was put in and last updated in 2016. And they have annual trainings where they review the faculty staff handbook. But it happens every single year. No objection for the admittance and published to the jury. Then Attorney Olson asks, Professor Schofield, with respect to Exhibit 25, I'm going to direct your attention to the third page of the exhibit and under Paragraph C. And does Paragraph C set out what the penalty might be for not complying with the policy on consensual romantic or sexual relationships? Answer, yes. It says that it can constitute adequate cause for discipline up to and including dismissal. And then obviously having a relationship of some of this kind. And then they review the sexual harassment. And then they publish it with no objection. And then for Exhibit 26, which is the public harassment. And then a question by Attorney Olson and Professor Schofield with respect to Exhibit 26. I'm going to first direct your attention to Paragraph C2, which begins at the bottom of page 2. Do you see that? I do. Question, and would you please read aloud Paragraph C2? Answer. Because damage could result to the career and reputation of any person who is accused of sexual harassment falsely or not in good faith, all investigations of and hearings on such matters will be conducted insofar as possible to protect the privacy of and minimize suspicion toward the accused as well as the complainant until the matter is impartially resolved. Only those persons who are responsible for investigating or enforcing civil right matters will have access to confidential communications. Question, and then paragraph or section D refers to the resolutions or complaints. Is that right? Correct. And in paragraph D2, what sanction could be placed on a faculty member if they violate this policy on sexual harassment? Answer, up to dismissal. And Professor Schofield, would having a sexual relationship with a student potentially violate the sexual harassment policy? Answer, yes it would. Question, Professor Schofield, were there any other impacts on your career? Answer, this has touched all aspects of my career. Question, were you concerned about whether or not you would be promoted? Answer, absolutely. Question, why? Answer, as the policy just said, all you need is a suspicion of misconduct. Whether there's any basis of that accusation, that rumor can implant itself into people's perception of you. If students think there's a reason you needed to be investigated, they're not going to trust you. It becomes almost impossible to do your job, let alone do your job well. Question, and that would be the case even if a student heard you're being investigated? Absolutely. If you think there's a reason for you to investigate, then it's already cast suspicion on you. And then she pretty much just talks about, I kind of wanted to go through all this, but I'm running out of time. So she's just pretty much talking about how she felt that every single part of this, she felt it kind of crumbling beneath her hands. How, like this one in particular, in many ways, that reputation was harmed irreparably. I've had many conversations with colleagues who will tell me that they had a colleague or a family member or someone reach out to them and ask about me, ask if there was any truth to the allegations, ask if maybe I knew the person who was accusing me or had done something to make myself a target that simply has stitched itself to my name. She received more inquiries, how this has affected her job. It has made me less than I could have become. All of the mental exhaustion that has come into managing these horrific allegations took creative energy away from my research, from my teaching prep, from managing my department. It simply changed who I was as an academic. Question. Professor Schofield, are you worried about the impact on the research that you're doing or that you were doing? Yes, a lot of the research I do could already make me or my family a target. And anytime I went to publish something over the last 3 years, whether it was an op-ed or a book or anything, I had to wonder, was this just making my family less safe? Was this just drawing more notice? Was I recklessly endangering my children by publishing? Question, has it had an impact on your ability to promote your work? Answer, yes. I essentially don't exist online anymore. I didn't have a huge presence previously, and even my personal website that my husband built me does not have my contact information on it. At this point, when I asked in interviews how people could find me online, I simply say they can't. This is extremely important because in academia, when you go to publish a book, most academic scholars aren't going to get large book deals with like $50,000 advances and large marketing packages. Instead, the press really depends on authors to promote our own work through our own online networks, and then also going to conferences or doing in-person talks, working with colleagues on course adoptions, those sorts of things. So I've had to have multiple conversations with presses to simply say that I can't do those things that other authors would do and to try to find ways to still be useful. But I'm simply not able to promote my work in the same way that I would have been previously. She's talked about how it's affected her work with other people because of the Google searches. Question, has it affected your decision about what other public things you do related to your own work? Yes, in 2023, which is when my co-authored book came out, I essentially stopped doing all in-person presentations. Even the very few that I did do, journalists would show up to those presentations, which just make it feel like I could not do my job. So I have tried to work on my anxiety around safety, but it has been very hard to travel and to promote my work in person. Ms. Olson, Your Honor, I'm moving into a slightly different area. We've been going about an hour and 45 minutes. Is this a good time to take a break? The court, yes it is. You read my mind. I was just going to ask if you have a natural breaking point. What we'll do, members of the jury, is we'll take a 10-minute recess to stretch your legs, use the restroom, get a snack, and then we'll come back. They came back, and they started again. So, I feel like it has built a wall between me and students, which is very hard to not only an effective educator, but an effective chair if I can't deal with students in an open and honest way. And I feel like that's also been unfair to students because these allegations weren't made by students, but they were still about sexual misconduct about students, and it has just made me hypervigilant about my interactions. Question, has it had an impact on your relationships with your faculty colleagues? Answer, yes. When it first happened, I would say within the first 6 months, a lot of my colleagues were worried that I simply wouldn't be able to continue in my position as chair just because of the additional mental strain and emotional strain. It also was mentioned multiple times that faculty were worried that this would taint the entire department, not just me, but because I was in a position of leadership, that perhaps I was no longer the best person to be the face of the department. Question, and were there times when your colleagues or other faculty members expressed those concerns to you? Answer, yes, many times directly. Question, Professor Schofield, you've described some of the emotional impacts on you from TikTokers' TikToks, containing the false statements that you orchestrated the murders and that you had a relationship with one of the murdered female students. I'd like to talk to you a bit more about that. Professor Schofield, and I think you mentioned earlier, you did seek treatment for that. Is that correct? That's correct. And when did the treatment begin? May 23rd. And I think you testified earlier that that was the earliest appointment you could get. Is that right? Yes. I spent about 2 months just trying to get an appointment, and that was the earliest I could get. Question, who did you begin receiving treatment from or seeing for your emotional harm? Answer, a local therapist named Rebecca Bond. Question, and how were you able to connect with Ms. Bond? Answer, I just went through a lot of lists of providers in the region and did cold calls. She eventually answered one of my calls. It seemed like she was not taking new patients, but then I called again a few months later to see if anything had opened up, and she had an opening. In addition to seeing Rebecca Bond, have you worked with any other healthcare providers regarding your mental health? Yes, I've seen my PCP at Gritman Medical Center very regularly since spring of 2023. And by PCP, do you mean primary care provider? Answer, I do. And then, Professor Schofield, did you know Rebecca Bond before you reached out to her? I did not. Have you met her before she actually started providing therapy services to you? Not to my knowledge. How long did you receive treatment from Ms. Bond? It's ongoing. And do you plan to continue seeking treatment from her? I do. She is retiring, so I will have to find a new provider within the next year. What does your treatment from Ms. Bond consist of? Usually weekly or bi-weekly therapy sessions of about an hour. In the course of those therapy sessions, did Ms. Bond ever administer to you, or have you gone through anything that was a diagnostic test? Answer, yes. I've done diagnostic tests with Ms. Bond along with my primary care provider as well. And with respect to the diagnosis test that you did with Ms. Bond, do you remember what those were about? Mostly anxiety, depression, and PTSD. I have to stay here really quick. One of the things that made me so mad during this trial was how quickly TikToker just diminished PTSD. Like, TikToker claims to have PTSD. I do not know. I have not seen her record. I cannot say. I'm going to take it at face value because that is what I want to do. I want to hope she's not lying about that. But you are not a medical professional. You are not a therapist. You are not anything of that sort. So you saying that someone doesn't have it is utterly disgusting. Having her talk about this and then go into and then see how the TikToker treated, and you'll see how she treated Ms. Bond, the therapist, is freaking disgusting. In my opinion, it's so bad. Question, and to your knowledge, did Ms. Bond ever diagnose you with any specific mental health diagnosis? Yes, a PTSD diagnosis. And have you also been treated by her and others for depression? Yes, I've worked really closely with my PCP on depression and anxiety. Since the time the TikToks began appearing around Thanksgiving of 2022, have you taken any medications to help you manage the mental health issues that you've described? Yes, so prior to being able to connect to Ms. Bond, I was doing some sort of blunt force over the counter sleep aids. Once I started seeing her and working with my PCP in tandem with her, I was able to get better sleep medication, including Ambien and Lunesta. And currently I'm on antidepressants and specific sleep medication for PTSD-related nightmares. I have been on those. They are not fun. And they're kind of aggressive. Question, Professor Schofield, have you had any concern about taking those medication? Any medications? I do. I fought going on antidepressants for a long time. I've never been on antidepressants before, and I was really worried that I would either flatline and just have no emotions, or that it would increase suicidal ideation And I was trying really hard to be present for my kids. And I was scared that if I ever had no emotions or if it increased feelings of sadness, that I just wouldn't be able to be there for them. And that's one of the risks of being on antidepressants. Like, I know for me personally, when my provider increased my antidepressant medication, I got super numb. And I told her immediately after about a month, I was like, hey, I'm starting to feel nothing. Like I have no excitement for stuff. And then we had to lower it again. So it's just a trial and error, and it sucks because you have to be so careful and keep your brain, well, not your brain, but you're like, you have to always kind of manage it and be mindful of it too, which is just awful, especially with children. I can't imagine. Um, Schofield continues on, but it just got to the point working with both Ms. Bond and my primary care provider that it became really obvious I needed to go on medications. I've tried a couple of different ones and just have dealt with all of the side effects and all of the difficulties that come with being on them as well. Question, Professor Schofield, are there particular things that you're working on in your sessions with Ms. Bond? Answer, yes. When I first went, my first question was, can you turn back time and make this not have happened? That is so sad. And that really set up our conversations around grief and denial, and that I saw my life on a trajectory. And when I was 37, that trajectory seemed very straightforward and upward, and the sky was the limit. And through no fault of my own, that trajectory changed, and that came with a lot of loss. And so I've worked for 3 years to just come to a level of acceptance of those changes and to deal with my life as it is instead of as it was. I'm really worried, or I've really worked through a lot of humiliation and shame of being forcibly connected with this horrific crime that 4 people were killed and millions of people heard my name in connection to it. And that wasn't just me experiencing that humiliation, but every person that I loved, every family, friend, every person who knew and loved me had to go through that embarrassment. And while we've been able to shield my kids from it, they'll have to know someday and they'll have to be embarrassed as well. I think we've also worked a lot on the fact that I did not suffer the most in this. 4 families lost their kids. That's the exact thing we were trying to forestall with this lawsuit. And the fact that I've just never been able to directly process that community pain and what it meant for our whole town and for the university and our students, because in doing so, I would have to process the pain of being made part of that horrific story. That is so sad. I'm sorry. That is gut wrenching when you think about it. And how, yeah, the fact that she couldn't even grieve because literally, like, shortly after, she had to not only try to grieve with her students, but then she got thrown into this mix. And now she's like, well, I can't grieve with my students because I have to accept the fact that people now possibly think that I'm, this horrible monster that might have done this, which she wasn't. Obviously, it's been found that she wasn't, but yeah, it's awful. Question, and you mentioned that you felt humiliated that your name was associated with the story. What about that was humiliating? Answer, I've worked very hard to build a career. I just studied so much for so many years, and instead of having millions of people hear or read my name in association with the work that I take so much pride in, they were watching videos about how horrible of an abuser and a murderer I was, and I had no ability to stop these accusations from happening. Question, did you have any feelings of guilt? Answer, especially initially. I think it's one of the things I struggled with the most, especially talking to my husband. If our children die because of this, it'll be my fault because I had a job that had my picture on the internet, that I put them at risk for my dream of being a professor, and I still feel like ultimately they'll bear the weight of this, and that everything John and I worked for decades for will just not be enough to protect them from this. I Oh my goodness. This poor fucking woman. I missed her testimony. And now I'm kind of like, as screwed up as it's not, I'm kind of glad I did. Because I think I would be crying if I was sitting in the courtroom when I heard this. Because I can't face very well when I'm in the courtroom. I have to kind of like look down, especially if I feel a certain way. Because it's just, and this is only direct, mind you. Like, this is direct examination. This is from her attorney. I can't imagine how she felt sitting there, and across the way she sees the TikToker and knows, like, oh, she has to cross-examine me. It's oh my gosh, this poor woman. Okay. Question from Attorney Olson. And are those feelings and those struggles that you've described with your mental health, are those the things you would talk to Ms. Bond about? Yes, on a very regular basis. And are those the things that you were seeking treatment from your primary care provider for? Yes, including the medications that you've described. Yes. And do you have these as ongoing struggles with your mental health? Yes. I definitely still struggle with hypervigilance, like checking locks and windows latches and wandering the house at night with anxiety about safety all the time, and depression and anxiety about my job, and certainly overwhelming feelings of hopelessness and vulnerability. And Professor Schofield, I know you testified that Ms. Bond is retiring or has retired, but do you plan to continue receiving mental health treatment, counseling services similar to those provided by Ms. Bond? Answer, yes, I do. I'm already working to try to find a new provider as soon as possible. Question, Professor Schofield, you've testified earlier that some of the impacts on your physical health. I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about that. Have there been physical manifestations of the emotional trauma that you've described in your testimony? Answer, yes. Just the strain of this exacerbated the whole slew of new symptoms that I think I began to mention earlier. Question, what issues did you develop physically? Answer, headaches that are severe and persistent, neuropathy, tingling, nerve compression, just general body clamping down on itself and not being able to release. Question, when did those symptoms begin? Answer, they started in mid-December after my surgery and became really, really a sort of hindrance to everyday life by about mid-January. Question, and what did you do to address the physical impacts from the strain that exacerbated those issues? Answer, so I took the steps to get into doctors right away in January and February, again in Moscow, so it took some time. Throughout the spring and summer of 23, I was just continually going in to doctors to try to find out what was happening, and there was a lot of answers. No, there was not a lot of answers. I eventually sought massage therapy over the summer based on my doctor's advice, and then I was eventually able to get a referral for physical therapy. Question, between November 2023, so the year after the murders, and today, were there things that you saw your primary care provider for that were associated with the symptoms you've just described and with the mental health struggles that you described earlier in your testimony? Answer, yes. I was going in on a pretty routine basis to work through all of all of the physical and mental issues I was having or am having. Question, do you continue to experience any of those conditions? Answer, yes, they're ongoing daily. And then question, finally, Professor Schofield, I'd like to talk to you about the financial impact and some of the out-of-pocket expenses that you've incurred with respect to some of the treatment that you've received to deal with the emotional trauma and the physical pain. Professor Schofield, I think you mentioned earlier you have insurance. Is that correct? That is correct. And you have discussed insurance with Dean Quinlan. Is that right? Yes, particularly about therapy because we have to find someone who will take our insurance. Question, and is it fair to say that some of the expenses that you've incurred, insurance has paid a significant portion of that? Answer, yes, that's correct. Question, all right. I'm going to direct you to Exhibit 32, and Miss Bibb will put it on your screen, but it also might be easy to look at the book in front of you because it's a multi-page exhibit. If you go ahead and sort of page through And Professor Schofield, do you recognize the documents that are within 32? Yes, these are the receipts and explanations of benefits, EOBs for physical therapy, and other medical appointments related to the pain that I'm having. I could not find that, and honestly, I feel like I would have to redact so much if I did find it. So I unfortunately don't have that exhibit. Question, and those physical therapy receipts and the receipts and explanation of benefit forms for services that you receive from providers affiliated with Gritman Medical Center. Answer, they are. Question, I think you testified, but just to make sure, they relate to services you received in connection with both the pain and the emotional harm that you felt. Answer, yes. And that's the pain and emotional harm you felt after seeing TikToks accusing you of the murders and accusing you of having an affair with one of the students. Is that correct? That is correct. Question, Professor Schofield, how are you able to recognize the documents within Exhibit 32 as your receipts and explanation of benefit forms related to the certain services you received to help you deal with the damage, to deal with the physical and mental health injuries you incurred? Because I reviewed and paid them. In question, did you obtain those two for us to present as an exhibit here at trial? Answer, I did. I worked with Gritman Medical Center on that. And then they are... Oh, okay. So they were going to publish this. He asked the TikToker for any objections. The TikToker states, I'm assuming that I don't have to authenticate this document because she has authenticated it herself. If so, I would object to authenticity and relevance. The court, Miss Olson, yeah, Your Honor, with respect to authenticity, she can recognize these as invoices and EOBs she received and paid, and they're relevant to show their economic damages. The court, TikToker, what is your specific objection? TikToker, I can address it during cross-examination if that's better, but my specific objection is it's not relevant to the TikTok videos. The court, well, I think the exhibit is being offered as expenditure of medical expenses. You can certainly cross-examine as to what those expenses were related to during your cross-examination of Ms. Schofield. So the objection will be overruled. Plaintiff's exhibit number will be admitted, and then he publishes it. I'm gonna probably say her name, Ashala. My heart broke for the professor before, but these transcripts just show the extensive effects this has had on her. Yeah, I was going back through it again, and it's been, like, when they went to court in February, it was 3 years and 3 months. And I can only imagine the pain that she went through, not only mentally, but like a lot of mental health symptoms do come up as physical as well. And I even like probably shouldn't have done this, but I even like talked to my therapist about it because I was so curious. And I asked her, I was like, are there, like, could you get physical issues from mental health? And she said, yeah, a lot of times what we don't realize is everything's interconnected with the body. The specific therapy that I do is called IFS, so it's interfamily system. It's helping to treat my PTSD from the military. It's also helping me with a few other issues that I have. But I'm a huge proponent of getting help for PTSD, and I'm a huge talker about PTSD. And when I was talking to her about it, I was like, how can it manifest? Like what? And she said that when you, so for me, for instance, right, I have a specific where if I hear a certain whistle or certain sound, I will go back to my service time. I will go back in time. I always tell people, like, when it starts to happen, I can smell ocean. It's a very distinct smell. I can smell seawater, and that's when I know that I'm about to go into a PTSD attack. And we were talking about that, and she said what happens is your body almost like reverts into something more, and it can cause more issues down the line because it's like you tense up and you flex and you move, and I can only imagine for someone who has to relive this constantly in her workplace where she's supposed to feel a little more relaxed. And I can only imagine, like, like even as I'm talking about it, I'm like rolling my shoulders back to like try to loosen everything because I just dealing with it day in and day out and knowing, thankfully at the time, that there was someone who was arrested, but still having to go back and forth and yeah. Hello, medical person here. I think there's a common misconception that body and mind aren't connected. Our body has a huge amount of influence over yeah. It's I I always say that going into therapy was because I didn't go to start going to therapy until like Mayish in 2023. And I think that was like the best decision of my life. I had a really traumatic experience that caused me to go into it, but I remember, I want to say it was like after the first session, I remember sitting down and like finally feeling my shoulders relax for the first time afterwards and like feeling not a sense of relief really from talking it out, but knowing that I'm not like all these other symptoms aren't just from, my brain. They're also connected in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, it's just I I can only imagine what she's gone through because it's 3 years of just constant alertness and pain and everything in between. Um, the DSM criteria for generalized anxiety disorder contains multiple physical recognized symptoms, muscle aches, etc. And then when you experience panic, your body's preparing to fight a predator that's going to mess with your body, whether it's muscles, blood pressure, etc. Oh yeah, and she later on, I think we've talked about this too. Um, I think she later on states how I think she got diabetes, if I remember correctly. She talks about it later in the transcripts because I know it got brought up multiple times throughout trial, but it's just so it's just so sad. um, yeah, and there are also studies showing correlation between anxiety disorders and having chronic conditions and connections between chronic pain conditions and PTSD. Yeah, yeah, moral support. Yeah, it's insane. Oh, and yeah, thank you. It can be really scary. I'm a massive proponent of destigmatizing mental health and destigmatizing everything behind that, especially in the military. People hide and don't want to talk about it, and it's pointless to do that in my brain at least. But yeah, it's wild. I feel for her. I can only imagine what it must have felt like not only to reach out and start getting help, but feel like I mean, I can't speak for her. This is total speculation, but I can only imagine what she felt. She was probably going crazy because all this medical health issue started and then she realized like it's mental health and medical and oh yeah. Um Ayasha, my dad doesn't have PTSD, but he has terminal cancer, and there was a point his mental health became poor and a cancer worsened, therefore he rebounded and improved again. Yeah, it's insane. And I'm not going to say that, I will say this. Not everything in mental health is physical and not everything physical is mental health. I will say that. I don't misquote me on that one. But there are correlations and can worsen or better or something of that nature. I think people misconstrue that if you have a mental health disorder um that all of a sudden like all your physical symptoms are just connected to that. That's not true. But they can worsen them and so on and so forth. Um but yeah. Okay. Quick sip of the coffee. And then we're gonna dive back in. All right. So oh, you wish to publish it? Yes. Okay, so question by Attorney Olson. We're going to have on the screen the first page of Exhibit 32. I believe there are 23 pages within Exhibit 32. Is that correct? I believe that's correct. Question, if you need to, you can sort of page through and the document has numbers in the very bottom center. Yes, 23 pages is correct. Yeah, and do you recall what time period are covered by the invoices and explanation of benefit forms within Exhibit 32? Answer, yes, these ones cover January 2024 through August of 2025. Question, and most of them are for physical therapy, correct? Answer, that's correct. Question, and what was the purpose of the physical therapy that you received? Answer, to work with nerve compression and relieve neuropathy and pudendal compression. Pudendal. And was that symptoms you began experiencing after viewing the TikToks that TikToker had posted after hearing people's response to them? Answer, yes. Question, were all of the medical visits within Exhibit 32 related to the physical impact of the strain you felt based on TikToker's false statements? Yes. Question, I'm now going to direct you to a few pages that are not related to physical therapy visits. So if you could next go to page 9. Page 9 is an explanation of benefit form, correct? Correct. And do the ones that are explanation of benefit forms based on your recollection reflects amounts that you were charged and the amounts that you paid in connection with these visits? Yes. And what is the visit that is reflected on page 9 of Exhibit 32? This is a lab visit. We were running labs to try to figure out why I was having these symptoms. That's so sad. Question, and with respect to the location of this, it says Gritman Medical Center Lab. That's in Moscow. I take it, yes, Gritman Medical Center is our local hospital that has clinics and labs in the area. And then just to sort of orient ourselves to how this exhibit shows what the total charges were and how much you paid out of pocket, can you see where it says what the total charges are? Yes. How much are they? $309. And then below that, there's a section with insurance payment and adjustment. Is that correct? Correct. And what was the amount that you paid for this particular visit? My patient payment was $22.20 and 20 cents. All right. If I can next direct your attention to page 14, and what medical care is reflected on page 14 of Exhibit 32. This is also another visit, again, doing other lab tests to try to figure out what is happening. And this one on page 14 is actually dated July the 11th of 2024. Is that correct? Correct. And what is the total amount that you paid with respect to the visit on page 14? $45.26. Let's next look at page 15 and what care is reflected in the office visit on page 15 of Exhibit 32. Answer, this is what I had. This is when I had another surge of pain and went to our quick care to discuss this with a provider. And what is the date of this visit? July 15th of 2024. And what is the amount that you paid? $20. Was that your typical copay under the insurance you had at the time? Yes. And if I could next direct your attention to page 20, excuse me, page 18. Sorry, Ms. Bibb. Question, and Professor Schofield, are you on page 18 of the exhibit? Answer, I am. And what kind of medical visit is reflected on page 18 to 32? An office visit with PCV to discuss medication checks. And what is the date of that visit? October 24th of 2024. Amount you paid is $20. If we could next look at page 20, what kind of medical care is reflected on page 20? This again was an office visit with my PCP for another med check. And by med check, you mean medication check. I do. What is the date of this visit? December 10th of 2024. And does it also reflect the same $20 copay? It does. And if we can next look at page 21, I think today's just going to go through. Yeah. March 7th of 2025, another $20 copay. Was the $20 the typical copay you paid? Yes. Has that changed at all? We had to change insurance, and that has gone up. If I could next direct your attention to page 23, another outpatient visit, again, medication checks and check-in with physical therapy progress. And do you recall, it doesn't reflect it in here, but do you recall the purpose of that visit from your personal memory? Yes, I remember going in, and right before the semester was getting going in 2025. This was just late last summer, is that correct? Yes. I would note on this one, if you'd zoom back out, Miss Bibb, it doesn't reflect that there's any amount that you paid. Do you know why? I don't know why, and maybe because we had hit our deductible. Which, depending on insurance, your deductible is high as all get out. I can, yeah, yeah. I don't understand how the TikToker could honestly think these invoices didn't have an impact on the case. Yeah, you'll see what happens. Like, I know some of you have probably seen my videos on the coverage, but there are certain things that she says later on that I just sit there and I want to just yeah, there's just so many things that happen and I'm just sitting there like, do you honestly believe this? Because if you don't, then wow, you're kind of a jerk. So, yeah, I don't know. I really don't know, but it's just wild. Question. Thank you, Professor Schofield. We're going to stop. We'll be done with Exhibit 32, and I'm next going to direct your attention to Exhibit 34. Do you recognize the exhibits of 34? Yes, there's summary of payments. They're all similar payments for the Gritman Medical Center. Talking about how she obtained them. Back in August of 2025, the date of this trial was set and exhibits were requested, so I was working with Gritman through September to locate all my records. With respect to Exhibit 34, there are some black bands, is that correct? Yes. Do you know what the black bands are over? I think those are redacted information about my children, which they should be. All children should either be by initials or black banded. No, thank you. So services is not related. Again, not related. And otherwise, do the charges that are reflected in Exhibit 34 relate to medical care services that you received to address either physical or mental health issues that you experienced after Ms. TikToker posted her TikToks accusing you of murdering the students and accusing you of having an affair with one of the murdered female students? Yes. Your Honor, at this time, I'd offer up. TikToker objects to authenticity of document, and the reason why I object to that is because it is a patient receipt for professor. It's not a patient receipt for her children, so I doubt that whatever is redacted on there has anything to do with anything other than the professor, because that's a patient receipt form. Court. So your objection to what has TikToker authenticity, the court, to what has been redacted. TikToker. She stated that the redactions were for her children's fields, but this statement is specifically for her as a patient. So I just question what actually is redacted and if it pertains to misinformation. Ms. Olson, Your Honor, I could certainly ask a couple of additional questions. The court. My concern, Ms. Olson, is that TikToker hasn't received an unredacted version of this. Ms. Olson, we have certainly provided that to her, Your Honor. She's had our exhibits since October. Ma'am. The court. All right, I'll take that under advisement. I'm not going to admit this yet, but we can discuss this later. Ms. Olson, thank you, Your Honor. And then question by Ms. Olson. Professor Schofield, are your children on your insurance plan? Answer, yes, they are. Like all children are. If you have a child and you pay insurance on them, they're gonna be on your insurance plan. Fuck. Anyway, question, Professor Schofield. I'm next going to direct your attention to Exhibit 35. And Professor Schofield, do you recognize the documents 35? Yes, I do. With respect to those documents, those also are multi-page exhibit. Is that correct? Yes. What is the total number of pages? 38 pages. And what are the 38 pages within? They're invoices and receipts for therapy sessions from Rebecca Bond. And do you recognize them as invoices and receipts of therapy sessions? Or how do you? Yes, because I paid them. And then she offers no objection to publishing and admitting Exhibit 35. Um, there's so much TikToker doesn't understand about how the medical field works right before she insists professor can't have PSD. Yeah. Um, so a little behind the scenes of how not how every VA works, but how a chunk of VA works is that if you are disabled to a certain point, you don't have to pay at all. You just go in, see somebody, and then you can leave. And then your records are supposed to be collected and kept. So, and with like specifically with help with the VA side, like I go and get checked, right? I have nobody else on my plan. It is just me because I am the veteran. I go seek help from the VA. Now, if like my buddy who's married, if he retires, then his wife can be on it, but it's a limited scope. But it's just, yeah, it's weird with the VA. I, the VA is so tricky. And if you only get help from the VA, you don't know how a lot of real world insurance works. I'm not saying that she only works with the VA or she only does insurance or this or that. I'm mostly just saying that with having that access to the VA, and especially if she says she's 100% disabled, which if she is, then I think her child also gets access to the VA. I'm not sure. I'd have to double check. I don't remember, and I'm not trying to speak out of my ass like someone does. But I I think when she like if her kid uses it too, he would show up. I'm pretty sure on her thing, but I don't know. I just know that if you have insurance, your kids are going to show up on your insurance cuz anywho, I, before I misspeak, what time period are covered by the documents that are within Exhibit 35? These cover May of 23 to September of 25. Have you seen Ms. Bond since then? Yes. How often? Every other week or so. And with respect to the invoices that we see in Exhibit 35, I would note that those typically say that there's only $20 due. Is that correct? That's correct. That was my copay. Question was that the total amount of services? No, the rest was billed to insurance. And Professor Schofield, for the services that you've received since September of 2025, have you also had a $20 copay for those services? Answer: yes. As Ms. Bond has shifted towards retirement, when we switched insurances, our insurance was no longer accepted. So some of the sessions I've been paying the full fee. And how much is that? 130. So to put it in perspective too, just in general, my therapist that I go to is 200 a session, I think. And she does IFS and EMDR. Like she does a multifaceted one. Um and that's 200 a session. And I've been told by people that I know that that is cheap. So, I can only imagine. I'm glad that it's cheaper for her, but I can only imagine, like, if she didn't find Rebecca Bond and she found somebody else, how expensive that could have been. I want to say one time when I was looking, I want to say one of the people that I was looking, because my old therapist um, had to stop taking clients, and so I just offered to switch over to the VA. So I did switch over to the VA, but our VA out here is so understaffed that they couldn't see me for almost a year. So then I finally got in to see someone in a few months because I was having like a lot of issues with medication and the whole thing. And then the provider that I found, she didn't even do half of what I needed for my PTSD. So then I left and I went to another private sector again. But I looked up one and I want to say she was like 350, 360, and I thought that was so expensive until I heard that some people are paying like upwards of 500. And I'm just like, what the heck? Yeah. Um I agree that I agree. I think some things are just common sense. I wonder if she actually thinks that or if she's just being difficult. I don't know. Uh, Again, with the VA, if it's only you, then you don't really have to worry about anything else. But I want to say because she's 100%, her child also gets access, but I could be very wrong. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I yeah, I don't know. It's a weird conundrum that my brain is trying to go through because I was like, I swear if you're 100% that your child gets VA access as well. And if that's the case, then they would show up on her stuff as well. But I mean, again, she could be wrong. I don't know. But the VA is a whole different ballgame too from an um a like private sector because it can take months to see someone for something. Like to get access to medications for my mental health, it took me they said upwards of a year and a half before I could get anything. And then I finally got access. I went private because I was getting fed up not having medication and running out of my medication. And then I kind of got frustrated and was like telling them like, "Hey, I really need this medication and you're kind of screwing me over." And then finally they let me in. But they had no in-person people. So you have like in community and out of community. And I had to go out community because they had no one in community that could take new patients. But the person I have is amazing. I love them deeply. They help me out a lot, and we are constantly shifting and changing and helping with everything. So I appreciate them a lot. But the VA is a very weird ball game. Not to get spicy in the chat, but as someone who's worked in the medical field, the American medical system is a joke on fire. Yeah, you want to say a joke on fire? Then go to the VA. And I'm in the good part. So I've been told, and I don't know how true this is, but I've been told that Idaho has one of the best VA systems. And I don't know how true that is because our system alone is so screwed up. And to hear from other people that it's worse in other states and that we're one of the best is concerning, is very concerning. But again, medical shortages, people not wanting to work in the field. It is what it is. It's just part of life. It's so part of life. Okay, so they're gonna go to Exhibit 36. This is for massage therapy. Um, how do you recognize them? She paid them. And do they relate to services you received and paid for related to your physical pain and suffering after seeing the TikTokers' TikToks? Yes. No objection. How many pages? There are 32 within that exhibit. The time period covered by that. Oh, okay. I was like 32. And at what time period is covered by the receipts of the massage therapy services in Exhibit 32? These run from August of 23 through June of 24. The court, Ms. Olson, you referred to Exhibit 32. Ms. Olson, I apologize. Thank you, Your Honor. Question, Professor Schofield, we're on Exhibit 36, I think. Yes. And I misspoke. So, Exhibit 36, yes. What is the time period within Exhibit 36? Um, I'm Canadian, so all the American healthcare and VA system makes my brain hurt. The Canadian system is not perfect, but I know it'd be in different financial situation. Yeah, it happens. I'm grateful for the VA for some things, and I hate it for the other things. Um, they run from August 24 or 2023 through June 2024. Are you still receiving massage therapy services? No, I'm not. Why not? It was too expensive to keep doing it. Did your insurance cover those? No. So that amount was entirely out of pocket. Is that correct? Correct. Professor Schofield, it's been more than 3 years since you first looked at Exhibit 40. Is that correct? Yes. What is the current state of that TikTok and those like it impact on your career in teaching? So, for those who do not remember, Exhibit 40 is the first ever TikTok that the TikToker made of the professor. It is the one where she showed her picture, her bio, and everything in between. So, that is what Exhibit 40 is for those who don't remember. These allegations reshaped my career. They reshaped how I teach classes, how I reach out to publishers. It has touched every aspect of my life as an academic. Question: what is the current impact? What is the current state of the TikTok's impact on your physical health? Answer: my body just crumbled in on itself after the allegations, and especially as they were ongoing and ongoing and ongoing. And now, every day, I'm managing a lot of these things I simply was not managing before. Headaches and leg pain and neuropathy and going to PT and making sure to keep myself as stable as possible. I look back and I just think how young I felt when I was 37 and how very old I feel now. Question: what is the current state of the TikTok's impact on your emotional health? Answer: it's a daily struggle against a sense of hopelessness and vulnerability that at the end of the day, there's no protection. There's nothing that shielded me from these attacks, that this could have happened to anyone. I feel like that has made it difficult to be present as a parent, as an educator, as a spouse, as a daughter-in-law. It has been overwhelming and rearranging my perspective on the world and my day-to-day mentality. Professor Schofield, did you ever meet TikToker before this trial? No. Ever speak with her? No. See her in person before this trial? No. To your knowledge, did she ever try to contact you? No, not to my knowledge. Ms. Olson, thank you, Professor Schofield. The court. TikToker, now is the time for crossing examination. Do you have any electronics or anything that you need to set up, or do you wish to ask questions from the lectern? TikToker, I can ask questions from my notes, but as I can also use these to use the paper exhibits instead of. Yes, we refer to that as the Elmo. The Elmo. The Elmo. So you can put paper exhibits on there and focus it in and out on that. And Miss Trumbull will help you do that. And that if you'll ask questions from the lectern. Yes, sir. All right. TikToker, you may inquire. So hold on one second. It won't be perfect, but it works. Okay. Let's see. Okay. The court. All right. TikToker, you may inquire. Now, really quickly, before we get started, no name calling. I know it's going to be hard, but no name calling. Okay. And mind you, we're going on to page 108, and we have like 145 in total. So, cross-examination by TikToker. Question: can I call you Miss Schofield, Professor Schofield? What would you prefer? Answer: Professor Schofield. Yes. Have respect on that title. How are you doing? No word. Question: Professor Schofield, how are you doing? Answer: no response. Ma'am, you. I. Okay. she's of course not gonna tell you how she's fucking feeling, because you're gonna use it against her, because you're a jerk. Anyway, you were a jerk to her. You've been a jerk this entire time. And that's my personal opinion. You don't need to treat people poorly, but you do. Answer, question, no word. Answer, I'm doing fine. Question, you stated that prior to, I'm going to ask you a series of questions based on your testimony that I took notes on. You stated that life was different before my TikTok videos regarding your role, alleged role. Are we gonna have that? Is she gonna? Oh my god. Okay. And how was life before that? The videos. Answer. It was great. I had gotten tenure the year before and was immediately elected chair of my department, which spoke a lot of my colleagues' belief in me. I was married to someone I grew up with who's the love of my life. We had kids. We were living this life that we had worked really hard to build in the place in Idaho that we wanted to. Question, and how was life? You said prior to November 23rd, the week prior, how was life for you? Answer, good. We went to a wedding. We danced with our friends. We saw one of my best friends in the world. We had my parents up to help take care of our kids, and I got to spend time with them. Question, in Moscow, you said it is a small town, correct? Answer, correct. Question, and it was a safe town because it was perceived to be safe and you didn't lock your doors. Answer, yes. Question, prior to November 23rd, did you feel the need to get locks or surveillance or anything? Answer, no. Question, when were you diagnosed with anxiety? Answer, I honestly cannot recall because things have been ongoing and I resisted going on antidepressants and anxiety medications, but I've taken assessments that showed in the aftermath increased anxiety. Okay. Question, you don't know when you were formally diagnosed with anxiety, what year, as a child, as an adult? Answer, like in 2023. I'm not certain whether that happened when I first started working with Ms. Bond or of subsequent appointments with my PCP. Okay. Question, the week prior to my videos, as we all know, was the murder of the students. After the murder of the students in the small town of Moscow, you didn't feel the need to get locks or put locks on your door or security system? Answer, no. It certainly changed the tenor of the community. It was darker, it was scarier, but we personally hadn't made those changes. I mean, that's a good question. I mean, it's a fair question. Question, the week prior to my videos after the murders, you acknowledge there was no suspect. Answer, correct. And that in the small town of Moscow, how far were you from the homicides? So King Road is on the south side of the campus, and my home is on the north side of the campus, like on the edge of the town. Question, with your home being, so what is that, 10 minutes? Maybe 15. With your home being 15 minutes away from the quadruple homicide, why didn't you feel the need to get a security system and locks at the time? That's a good question. I mean, yeah, that's a solid question for what it is. I thought she was going to ask something meaner. But no, that's a solid question. Answer. I think because of our upbringing, our perspective on life, that we still were not directly threatened and that we would be okay. I'm from a town that's kind of like that, so I get it. Question, how did you know you were not a direct threat without... I didn't know. We didn't know, but it's how we felt. We still felt like it was our home. Question, did you have any symptoms of anxiety or fear after the quadruple homicides? Answer, after the killings? Question, yes. Answer, not formal symptoms. I would say that everyone felt fear, but not hypervigilant behaviors of anxiety. Question, so you felt safe. Answer, we felt safe. Question, after my TikTok videos, you stated everything changed. Correct. Everything like what? Answer, everything I've just testified on how we felt personally targeted, how I felt like our child's lives were now directly threatened, that my name was being thrown around by you saying horrific accusations that were fully baseless, and not even from the community we were settled in. It felt like an attack from the outside. Yeah, I mean, that's a That's a good point. I don't know. I'm just sitting here and I'm reading it. I'm like, you both are making, well, obviously, but like the TikToker's making some good points of like the security systems and everything and whatnot. But like at the same time, if you grow up in a very small town, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Oop. Question, thank you. Regarding your feelings of not being safe and the feelings that your children would be targeted, did you have any feelings that your children would be targeted after 4 other children were killed 15 minutes away from you? What? Okay. Answer, we were afraid, but we didn't feel directly targeted. Can you clarify? You said you felt safe, and now you're saying you felt afraid? Answer, I think there's a difference. You can still feel scared and still have a fundamental belief that things will be okay. Michelle said, I'm shocked. Yeah, she did. She's asked some pretty good questions. The days that I was there were some really good questions that she asked. And I was like, oh, wow, you know what you're doing. But I think you're so clouded. I think when you're personally involved, you get so clouded that the good questions get buried by the just craziness of it, because instead of disassociating yourself, you almost can't. So it makes it worse. Moral support. I think the TikToker is making good points about the professor not responding to the murders properly, but unfortunately that will backfire because it's going to put more weight on how her reality changed after the TikToks. Yeah, I do think, and this is like a personal thing, I do think, though, putting weight on it as well also shows that, like, well, why didn't you care about these murders? You know, like you want to constantly say that you weren't able to grieve with your community and you weren't able to do this and you weren't able to do that. Well, why not? Like if you live so close, why didn't you put locks, or why didn't you do this? But I mean, it's a good point to raise. I think she could have done it more tactfully, but that's why you pay people to do to do it. But yeah. Question, did you feel safe at home after murders, or were you afraid? Answer, I felt afraid that this had happened in my community, but I still felt safe in my home with my husband and my kids. Question, you were aware or made aware within a couple of days you stated that the person, me, posting the videos was not an Idaho resident or in your community at all. Correct. Your feelings of not being safe after the videos, were they direct? Did I threaten you? Were you afraid of me? Yes, I was afraid of you. Yeah, of course, because you're making baseless claims on a platform where, mind you, we live in a very, very red state. If somebody feels some type of way, all they have to do is do a little googly Google and find your house. If they really feel like it. Everybody, well, most people have a gun. Most people have some sort of thing. It's terrifying. It is absolutely terrifying. Anyway. Question, why? Answer, because you thought that I had done incredibly horrific things and were targeting my family. So yes, I was afraid of you. Question, you were afraid of me in Texas. Answer, yes, I was. Question, can you explain why you were afraid of a stranger on TikTok in Texas that lived, I don't know how many miles away? Texas is from Idaho, but it was a long flight from me. But you were not afraid when 4 people were killed 15 minutes away from you. Okay. So, really quickly, to put into preface of this TikToker. She is from Texas. She lives in Thailand. She does not live full-time in Texas. She even states on the stand, I think later, I want to say it's on the last day. I want to say it's on the 27th. She even states on the stand that she flew from Thailand to like LA and then LA to Texas and then Texas to here or to Idaho. So, and she only visits Texas to like pick up mail and check in on family and stuff. Like, I mean, it's a good question about not feeling afraid for the latter part, but I mean, you're on a massive platform. And I want to say in 22, like it was even bigger than it is now. It might still be the same, if not bigger now, but TikTok was massively popular during the pandemic and shortly after. I don't know. Okay. Answer. Again, I did say I felt afraid that 4 people had been killed. I didn't not feel afraid. I didn't feel threatened directly. And as you said, Texas is 1 flight away. Question 2, maybe 2. It took me 2. Ma'am, no, it's not 2 because you came from Thailand. You know what? I'm gonna Google this now. I'm that petty. I'm gonna Google this. Okay. Flights to Texas from Idaho. We'll see. Hey, there's a non-stop one for $300 from Boise to Dallas. There you go. It's a flight. Because I'm not petty. Okay. Question, but I'm sorry, are you done? The fuck? Did you receive any direct threats from me? Answer, what type of threats? Question, did I call you? Did I email you? Did any of my TikTok videos threaten your life? Answer, you did not attempt to contact me at all. To my knowledge, you never once attempted to have any grounds of the accusations you were making. My question was, did I threaten you directly through emails, calls, texts, or TikTok videos? Did I threaten your safety or that of your children? Answer. I would say yes, you threatened my children. Every day you spoke lies into a camera. You threatened them and me and my husband. And how am I threatening you? What did I say? See, this is why you need a lawyer. So you're not wrapped up into it and get mad. You were saying that I was directly responsible for the deaths of students at my university. You're saying that I had conducted sexual misconduct with a student. Yes, Miss Schofield, I know the statements I made regarding what I accused you of regarding your role in the murder of the 4 University of Idaho students in relationship with one of the victims. But my question is regarding your state of mind and alleged fear. And by threats, you said I threatened you and you were afraid of me, even though I was in Texas and you were in Idaho. I'm trying to understand what specific threat to your life and your children's life, not defamation, physical threats, did I in your mind? What? Okay. Again, it's only a flight away, and you were making hundreds of videos about me. Someone you never met, someone you had never talked to, someone you had no connection to whatsoever. I don't know how anyone could not feel threatened by the level of interest from someone they have never met. Question, thank you for that. Okay. The hundreds of videos that you're referring to, are they about you or were they about the Idaho 4? Answer, I do not know the specific number of videos that I am in. I know that it is dozens and dozens and dozens, more than I have ever wanted to experience. Question, so speculation? You're just speculating that it's dozens of videos? I wish, I know we don't have it. I wish I had the exhibit where it showed all of the videos because it's like 115. And even in the ones that she didn't talk about her, she still had her name included in it. So you're still correlating this woman to these murders even when you're not directly talking about her. Answer. Well, I have experienced dozens of videos of you saying horrific lies about me, and those made me feel afraid. Question, thank you for that. Regarding your parents, you said your parents came to visit you and help you with your children during that visit. Answer, correct. Question, and that they decided to exercise their right to bear arms during that time. Correct. Do you know when they purchased the weapon? I do not. Is it possible they purchased the weapon after 4 students were killed? No. About 15 minutes from your house? No. They're long-standing gun owners. It's Idaho. Question, so it was way before. Answer, yes. They owned weapons before legally owned firearms. Question, the reason I'm asking that is because you testified that after my videos, your parents came to visit you. Your parents felt the need to purchase a weapon. Answer, no, not purchase. To bring a weapon with them from their home in Idaho to my home in Moscow, which is not standard procedure for their visits. They don't normally bring weapons with them when they visit our family. Question, what was the communication like with your parents after the students were murdered? You said they were worried about you. Answer, after the students were murdered, before you started making your accusations, you mean? Yes. Answer, yes. I think I spoke with both my parents-in-law and my parents, and everyone was worried. But no one was saying, you've got to get out of town. There was still a sense that the community would bounce back and move forward. Oh my lord. Okay. Question. I'm going to shift my questions now based on your health. You said life was good prior to, or everything was good prior to my videos, but you also stated that you were getting a hysterectomy. Yes. Question. When was your hysterectomy scheduled and what symptoms did you have prior to? I mean, that's not a bad question, actually. That's not. It's not awful, but it's not great either. Answer, yeah. My hysterectomy was scheduled on December 1st for sort of immediately following giving birth to my daughter in 2019. I had on and off symptoms of essentially irregular bleeding and irregular menstrual periods, and I had worked with my doctor for a while. It was not incapacitating, but over the summer when I went in for a routine checkup, my routine pap smear, spoke to my doctor about what kind of ongoing. We had tried different birth controls, different ways to try to stabilize my menstrual cycles, and it wasn't working. So they decided there was enough cause for an ultrasound. They conducted an ultrasound and found a fibroid. And after a long discussion with them, it was decided that surgery would be best. It was scheduled for December 1st. And obviously, that's a difficult surgery to undergo, but yeah. Question, were you experiencing pain in your body prior to your hysterectomy? No. The fibroid that you state you had, did not cause you pain? No, just irregular cycles. The purpose of your hysterectomy was only to heal irregular cycles. Well, there was a fibroid, so it was going to grow and become painful and potentially dangerous to my life if we didn't surgically remove it at the time. I get the questioning of why of the surgery and like, oh, so you had pain before that. Like I get why, because it is a good line of questioning. Like, oh, you were having pain before and then you had it and there's still pain, or you didn't have pain before but now you have pain after the surgery. So I get it. I understand the line of questioning. I just think it could be done in a better succinct process because it seems very like attacking. Like, oh, it must have been this because it only happened after. Like, if she had, again, with a lawyer, if she had a lawyer or if she had, like, tried to remove herself from the situation and act like she was a third party, I think it could have gone better. So I I think this is a good line of questioning. I just think it could have gone better because instead of attacking her for having a hysterectomy, she could have been like, oh, so you had a hysterectomy on the first. Yeah. And you weren't experiencing any symptoms of pain before then, right? Correct. Okay. So then you had the surgery and now all of a sudden you're having all these weird pains. Can you explain to me why? Like how or, you know, it it could have been done. It could have been done a very like this sounds screwed up because in my brain, like she is found for defamation, but she was already found liable for defamation. She was already found liable for all this stuff. But this is a very good line of questioning that she fucked up really hard because she was so involved in it instead of trying to remove herself third party. Um IK 1540, I get it in principle, but my goodness, I don't think it should be allowed to be pro se and doing cross examination on the person you have harassed. And I can only imagine it'll get way worse. Um, just wait until we read how she talks to the therapist. You want to talk about attacking? Just wait until she just wait for that. But either way, this is a good line of questioning. I just when you're too involved, you don't know how to remove yourself. So, um question, why did they make the decision to give you an ultrasound? Answer, because my cycles had been irregular for years at the point and the medication options were not working to stabilize them. Question, what were your projected symptoms after your hysterectomy? See, that's a good line of questioning. Like, because you've been like, oh, you had, what was your projected symptoms? It was going to be full recovery. I shouldn't have any symptoms after. Oh, and then all of a sudden, you know, you're having these weird symptoms. Like, it's a good line. I just, you, when you get so caught up because you are involved, it skews your brain so hard. That's why I could never represent myself. I would have to find a lawyer. Because my goodness. Um, yeah, full recovery. There shouldn't be any symptoms after a full hysterectomy. Yeah, and your hysterectomy was around the time as the TikTok videos, correct? Correct. See, this is good line. These are good lines of questioning. Oh, so you got your hysterectomy right when it all happened. In the filing of the lawsuit, which was the 21st, the hysterectomy was on the 30th. My hysterectomy was on the 1st, the 1st. When did you start experiencing symptoms? You said you were getting shackles. Is that what your body wasn't working, was breaking down? You said that. When did that start happening? As I testified earlier, many of the symptoms, like the nerve compression and headaches, began mid-December. See, this is a good. I mean, other lawyers might say it's not, but for me, as someone who's sitting there, and if I was in the jury and I knew nothing of this case and this was the line of questioning, I would think this would be a good line of questioning. Like, as I testified earlier, many of the symptoms, like the nerve compression and headaches, began mid-December. Oh, mid-December? Uh-huh. After 2 weeks after your hysterectomy? That's a good line of questioning. You just... If you attack the person, though, they're not gonna like you. Juries don't like people attacking people. Like... Anyway. Correct. I even followed up with my doctor to see if they could be related, and he said there that a hysterectomy should not cause headaches. Okay, there we have it. Should not cause headaches. Question, and pain in your body? Answer, and nerve pain. Question, did you get a diagnosis for the cause of the nerve pain and headaches? Answer, I've been undergoing MRIs and lab work, working with my physical therapist. They refer to it as pudendal nerve compression. It is essentially ways in which muscles contract around your nerves, and my physical therapist has said that stress and emotional strain is unsurprisingly directly linked to the muscles. After my first MRI came back with no tumor, my doctor once again suggested going back to massage therapy or seeking acupuncture. But neither of those things are covered by insurance, so I have not been able to pursue relief of headaches in those ways. Okay. Is this the doctor at, you said, Gritman Medical Center? Gritman Medical Center, yes. What kind of doctor is this? This would be my primary care provider. So like internal medicine, yes. General practice, a general practice doctor. Did your general practice doctor directly, or do you have evidence to support that your general practice doctor stated that your symptoms were directly related to my TikTok videos? Okay. Answer, yes. Like almost every doctor's appointments I've been in for 3 years, they've gone over the accusations and the threats and the fear, and that has become an established aspect of my medical record. Okay. All right. And your doctor stated that it was from stress. Did the doctor directly connect your nerve damage, your headaches, migraines, and feelings that your body was breaking down to a TikTok video? Um. Okay. Um. Answer. First of all, it wasn't a TikTok video. You have been stating a TikTok. Question. I asked a question. The court. Please let her answer before you ask the next one. Question. By TikToker. Please answer the question that I asked. Answer. The 100 TikTok videos, yes. My doctor has said that form of traumatic emotional stress will exacerbate any form of muscle strain, and they have tried to locate underlying issues, hence lab work and MRIs and lots of doctor's appointments and many things. Okay. Question. Did you tell your doctor there were 100 TikTok videos about you? Answer. Most of my doctors in Moscow are well aware of the situation because it was widely reported on at the time. Question. And the reason why I'm asking is because it was not 100 TikTok videos about you. It was videos about the murders and only a few of them were about you. I'm try not to get angry. This is so stupid. Ms. Olson, Your Honor, I'm going to object with respect to TikTokers currently testifying. The thing that irks me is that she clearly believes that the medium of her claims are not serious enough that they couldn't possibly be responsible for serious suffering. Yeah, and truly a random stranger has forced her to talk about her medical in public and argue that. Yeah, I'm just baffled that and she's right. Like literally anytime that TikToker even talked about anything that she had done, she was always like, just a TikTok video. And she got corrected multiple times. And at one point, I think the judge even corrects her at one point, if I remember correctly, which I could be very wrong. But it's just like, it's not just a TikTok video. I know towards the end, I want to say it was on the last day, she was talking about, well, it's only 30 minutes. Like, ma'am, it was 115 videos over a span of weeks. You know, like you are doing this deliberately for weeks. Every single day, you're posting video upon video upon video. And whether you actually name her or not, you're still tagging her in the hashtags. You are not just making a video about the murders. You're making a video about the murders and the woman, whether you think you are or not. Okay. Ms. Olson, Your Honor, I'm going to object with respect to Miss TikTokers currently testifying. TikToker, I want to get to, that's why I asked her if she told her doctor there were 100 TikTok videos about her to get a reason why she would be diagnosed or why they would correlate her stress to nerve damage. The court, TikToker, the objections overruled. Just please restate the question. That shouldn't have been. Okay. I get why he overruled it. That doesn't make me feel good though. Um, question. Are you saying that your doctor assumed that there were 100 TikTok videos about you and then correlated stress to be a trigger for your nerve damage? Um, Answer. I don't believe so. I think that when we discussed the accusations, we did not tally up. We didn't talk about the number of videos. We simply went over the types of allegations that were made. Yeah, exactly. The widespread attention that it garnered and my resulting depression, anxiety, nightmares, stress, emotional strain and irritability. Yes. Okay, this is oh my gosh. I'm getting heated. I'm trying not to. But this is what I mean. Like, oh hi Nom. Thank you so much again for your donation so we can buy these. I didn't even realize that was you. Hi. Hi Nom. Um Everybody in the chat give a ton of love to Nom. They are the reason that we were able to get the transcripts. So give all the possible love to them, please. Please do, because they are the reason why. Oh, hi. um, yeah, a it was 100 videos of it was 100 videos of just pure fucking chaos, all right? It was 100 videos that if you weren't talking about the professor, you were tagging her in the hashtags. You you went down these rabbit holes and you posted not only her picture, but you posted all of these things. And it's gross. Like, it's so gross that you did all this. Oh my goodness. But yeah, show love to Nam. I'm glad you could join us. I didn't even like fully recognize. I was like so entrenched with my anger. I was like um but yeah, it's not a video, it's many. It's claims about committing murder. You could make those claims with a comic strip and it's still an accusation of murder. Yeah, it's just a prank, bro. It's not. Yeah, the hashtags. I, yeah, the internet is real. Internet. People will take it offline if they really feel like it. And I think that's what the hardest that's what the hardest thing about a lot of people when they view like movies or anything of that nature. Like we just saw the freaking Lively and Baldoni case and all that stuff going on. Like behind everything, it's a real person, whether we like it or not. But what is so shocking to me is that she's just you are constantly being like, "Oh, well, it's just a video or it's just a few videos." No, ma'am, you spent years tagging this woman in videos, talking about this woman, and even when you quote unquote slowed down, you really didn't. You continued to post. I have videos. They posted the YouTube videos, and I was able to download them. And I have videos of all of the stuff that she talked about that she still kept talking about. And you didn't even stop when you got the judgment. You continued and you doubled down on a TikTok account that you're not technically supposed to have because you got terminated. We live in a state in Idaho where people don't play about certain things. One of them being children. And I can only imagine if people were to truly believe the accusations, what could have happened to her, to her family, anything of that nature. If people were to truly believe that, it would have been awful because Kohberger, he's I think in isolation like 23 out of the 24 days. And recently, he's asked if he could go out into certain population, and they said no because you will probably die because of what you've done. So be so serious right now. Idaho does not play. Idaho is very much a I will seek vengeance if I have to type state. Idaho does not play. I've lived here long enough to know Idaho does not play at all. I've seen it happen in real time. I've seen it happen through the news. We just had a recent road rage incident happen in one of the cities where a dude shot and killed another dude because he was mad enough on a road rage incident. Like, Idaho does not play. So yeah, I would have felt threatened. You want to talk about me and murders? I would have felt fucking threatened. But holy moly. Like, I just looked it up. A fucking plane ticket from Dallas, Texas to Boise, Idaho is like $300 and it's a one-way flight. Come on, people. Nam says, I really feel like the professor's people should have been clear about she wasn't afraid because everyone in the city hates her. She's afraid because at least some do and could get violent. Yeah. You only need one believer in Idaho. Yeah, it only takes one gullible, unstable person watching the psychic and going, if the law won't deal with her, I will, and attacking the professor. Yeah, it's worth noting. Utah and Idaho are we don't play states because the law doesn't really care. People take care of it themselves because the law usually doesn't. That's true. There's a few incidents recently that I've seen where people have taken stuff into their own hands, and it's terrifying. Like, I live in a pretty relatively safe area. That doesn't mean that there aren't stuff that goes on. Like, I'm very aware of what goes on around me, and I'm constantly checking stuff because I'm always just a little anxious. But I grew up in Utah and lived in Boise. I only stay in Utah because I get paid well. Fair enough. But yeah, and the revenue she probably got from making these videos could have covered that plane ticket. Oh yeah, within a heartbeat. I bet you. Especially if you're posting all over TikTok and you're putting your stuff on YouTube and you're doing this and you're doing that. And then with the lawsuit, because she doubled down so hard on the lawsuit, and at the time they still hadn't found the killer when she doubled down during the lawsuit, for those 9 days, I can only imagine if someone really believed all of these allegations, it could have gone so bad. But oh my goodness, yeah. Question. Your anxiety and depression was diagnosed, you said, by a PCP and not a mental health doctor. You said it was Bon at first. Answer. I did not say doctor or Ms. Bon diagnosed me with depression and anxiety. We have covered depression and anxiety, and she suggested that I went on antidepressants and anxiety medications for years. It was my PCP who can prescribe medication who ultimately decided to put me on that medication. Question. Your primary care provider, like internal medicine or family medicine doctor, diagnosed you with your mental health condition instead of referring you. Answer. She was working closely with Miss Bond, and this was the conclusion. I have taken many diagnostic tests over the years. It's standard at my PCP's office to take depression and anxiety diagnostic tests every year you visit. Mine does too. Question. Your primary care doctor, you started going to your primary care doctor when? Answer. So I had been seeing my doctor since I moved to Moscow in 2016. I saw him a few times in 2023. He was nearing retirement, so I switched to a new PCP in fall of 2023. Question. And your alleged symptoms of stress, nerve damage that you say is connected to stress, That was, you said that began after your hysterectomy or after the videos around this time. Correct. And you started seeing Ms. Bond according to your testimony around May of 2023. Correct. Question. So how is it possible that your doctor, your primary care doctor, was working with Ms. Bond when they diagnosed you with anxiety and depression? Answer. They didn't. I stated earlier in my testimony I did not go on antidepressants and anxiety medication until well into this last couple of years. I believe I went on them in 24 after resisting for a long time. 2 minutes ago. Oh God. You said your primary care doctor was working closely with Ms. Bond regarding your diagnosis of severe headaches and nerve damage related to stress. You also said that began in 2022, which is when my videos were posted. But you also stated that did you meet Ms. Bond prior to May 2023 when you allege you began treatment from her? What? Hold on. You also said that began in 2022, which is when my videos were posted. Did you meet Ms. Bond prior to 2023 when you allege you began treatment from her? Hold on. Okay. So, okay. She did not allege anything. She has receipts that she began. Okay. Okay. Answer it. Question. I just need clarification. Answer. Can you repeat the question? Question. Can you clarify? I asked you who diagnosed me. Okay, first of all, you don't need to be that rude. That was not. That's weird. You didn't need to be that way. I asked you who diagnosed you with anxiety and depression. Answer. So that was my second PCP doctor. That was after I made the change to a new PCP doctor in 2023. And as I stated with Ms. Olson, it takes a very long time to get doctor's appointments in Moscow. So I was trying and slowly getting into doctors over the spring and summer of 23. I started therapy in spring of 23, and then both the physical and mental health diagnosis followed. Okay. See, this is where she loses me on all of this. Because you can, yeah, this is where she loses me. Like, all you had to do was just ask who diagnosed you. Okay. Question. Who's your second PCP? Is it Gritman Medical still? Answer, yes. They were both at Gritman Medical. Question. After my TikTok videos and your hysterectomy, were you working with Gritman Medical Center? Yes. When did they formally diagnose you with anxiety and depression? Answer. I went on antidepressants and anxiety medication in 2024. But again, I don't remember the exact date of the diagnosis. I don't remember getting diagnosed. I genuinely don't. I just know that in my chart it says I have PTSD. Truly. I don't remember when I got diagnosed with depression. I don't remember when I got diagnosed with anxiety. I just know it's in my chart and that's it. It's silly to say, but it's true. Like, I've had people ask me before, like, oh, when did you get diagnosed? And I just shrug. Like, I don't know. Sometime in the year of our Lord 2000s. I don't know. So for her not to know that, to me, that makes a lot of sense. Like, I do remember when I went on medications, and I remember when I got off medications, but but the actual diagnoses, I don't remember. They're probably in my chart, but I don't remember when. Yeah, like I can give you a rough outline, like, well, I was in the military this date, and all of a sudden I started taking medication on this date, so that tells you it's shortly before that, probably. But, um, Moral says, I also have like 3 diagnoses that I don't even remember the time frame from, LOL. I'll be like, sometime in the past 2 decades. Yeah. I only remember my diagnosis because I switched psychiatrists, because the first one thought I was bipolar after my first appointment with the new doc. He goes, oh, I see where she thought that, but yeah, I wish I remembered, because then I could be like, when people ask me, I'd be like, oh, yeah, you know, I got diagnosed around this time. Or like, even if I could remember like what month of the year, like, oh, I got diagnosed in like, I think April of blah blah blah, or whatever. But I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember. I just know like my therapist knows, and um my medications are documented. So I normally go off of when I started medications. That's how I remember. So like one of the first medications I tried, I think, was in 2016, so I know it was in 2016. That's all I remember. I don't remember what diagnosis it was for. It was most likely depression, and probably because I was going through some tough shit during that time, but that's all I remember. So, um, I think a lot of people say they were diagnosed, but really refer to when they started getting treatment for those specific issues. Fair enough. And a lot of times too, and I've noticed this with like therapists specifically, like they have to have a diagnosis on the chart for billing 9 times out of 10. So, like for me, when I went to my new therapist, I told her everything. I was like, "Hey, this is what's going on. This is what I have been diagnosed with. Like, this is what I've been told I have." And I told her all of that. And she goes, "Oh, okay." She goes, "Well, I'm still going to do my own testing." You do you, boo. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just here for help. I got the medication side covered. I'm trying to get the other side covered. So, with her specifically, like she even told me after everything, she was like, "Hey, so per my standards, right? From per my DSM and what I'm doing, these are the ones that you fit into." And I'm like, "Cool." She was like, "All right." Are like And there are other things that I've said that people have diagnosed me with, and she looks at me like I'm crazy. She's like, I don't think you have that. And I was like, I don't either, but I was told I did. So, like, it's stuff like that where you're not, to me at least, you're not official. They're just, hey, you have this. And okay, but again, coming from someone from the VA too, when you get diagnosed with stuff in the VA, it is on your record forever. They do not take it off, they add to it. So, like, if I were to bring up my record, it would show um, a lot of stuff. And one of them being PTSD. I was gonna go through my list, and then I was like, I'm no. um, and every time that I go and see someone in that system, then they immediately are like, oh, I don't know if y'all heard that. It was weird. They're still going. What is it for? Okay, whatever. Anyway, with the VA, so when you go through, it's called a C&P exam. Um, a C&P exam is where you have to sit down in front of someone you don't know, and it was car horns. I have no fucking clue. I don't know what they were doing, but all of a sudden it just started going nuts, and I don't know why. So sorry for that. Um, but a C&P exam is where you sit in front of somebody you do not know at all, and you have to tell them in excruciating detail all of the stuff you've been through. And when I say all of the stuff you've been through, I mean every single thing that has even possibly happened to you in your military service. And then on top of that, what they will do, because they work for the VA and they're trying not to pay you, is that they will also ask you, if it's your first exam, they will also ask you, okay, well, what happened in your childhood? And then they will try to see if there's anything in your childhood that might have led you to have X, Y, and Z, and so on and so forth, right? So in the military, they are very rigorous with how they do that. I have been through, I'm actually fighting them right now. I think this is my fourth one. I want to say it's my fourth exam with them for mental health, because there are certain things that I have that even with therapy and medication aren't getting better. And it is due to a link in my PTSD, right? So for me, I have to continuously, though, go in front of these examiners and tell them the same incident over and over and over again and relive that moment again and again and again and again. So while I want to be like, okay, I kind of get where she's coming from, I also think the way she's doing it is awful, because you cannot go based off of what the VA does, because the VA is a system in its whole entity itself. How I get diagnosed in the quote unquote real world versus the VA world is a magnitude different, a massively different process. And sitting there and trying to tell someone who's never been in the military, who will never see the VA, that they don't have something because they didn't go through a VA process is kind of fucked. So, yeah. Um, yeah. I have had stuff in my military record that has been there since I joined the military. And then there are stuff that has been added recently because of stuff that happened when I was in the military. It's just a whole thing. And I'm trying to be like, she was found guilty at the end of the day. She was found guilty for defamation. She owes this woman a ton of fucking money. But at the end of the day, like, you defamed her. You treated her poorly. You did a lot of gross stuff. And she mentally struggled from it. And the fact that you're standing there and you're arguing with her about her taking this medication is like me going in front of you and saying you aren't 100% disabled. Because I don't see it. You know what I mean? It's that. Like, it's like me going in front of you and being like, well, you're not 100% disabled because you're here. You flew to Thailand and came back. How are you disabled if you can do that? I would never do that to you. So why would you do that to somebody else? It's so gross. It's so gross. Okay. I don't like the way that the VA does it. I get why, because then I meet people who have scammed the system and it frustrates me. But in the same token, like with her, like you constantly talk about how you're 100% disabled. Great. But you talking to someone, like if I talk to you the way you talked to the professor, it would be like me saying, like, oh, well, I mean, you only saw this. Like, you've never experienced that back home, right? It, yeah, it doesn't change someone's diagnosis, whether they're in VA or not in VA. And it's gross. And it makes me so mad. So, um, okay. Start at the top. Question: when did they formally diagnose you with anxiety and depression? Answer: I went on antidepressants and anxiety medication in 2024. But again, I don't remember the exact date of the diagnoses. Question: your answers keep changing and I'm just trying to get clarity. I should have kept reading. I'm going to throw this frickin' computer out the window. Ma'am. Okay. Court. TikToker, you can't comment on, that's argumentative, so please just ask your question. TikToker, okay, I'll take a break from that question and I'll go to something else. Oh, part of me is like, I just want to jump to her testimony because her testimony is so unhinged that I want to show you guys why. But the other half of me is like, no, we got to be patient. We got to go through the days together. But oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, immoral. Yeah. Reminder, this is a hearing for damages. This is not a hearing to find her liable for defamation. Oh my gosh. I mean, technically her doing this line of questioning, it's part to figure out the damages, but oh my gosh. Okay. Question. You also stated that your career was impacted. Did you receive performance standards at your job? Answer: I do. Question: how was your performance standards prior to the TikTok videos? Answer: our performance evaluations, which I'm sure my dean can speak to, they're broken down into different categories of our jobs, so research, teaching, services, and outreach, and I've met standards prior to. Question: can you inform us of the levels? Is it met standards, fully satisfactory, or is just met or unmet? Answer: met or unmet. Met. Question: after my TikTok videos, it's been about 3 years, 2022. So let's talk about 2023, 2024, 2025. What was your performance standards on those years? I continued to meet standards through great effort on my part. Okay. So there was no change in performance after my TikTok videos. I would say there was a great deal of difference in what I was able to accomplish, what I saw for myself, and what I wanted to accomplish. In terms of did I meet standards on my performance evaluations? Yes, I met standards. Okay. You stated that you're receiving phone calls and threats from or texts from threats. Do you know who those threats came from? Okay. No, they were, I mean, I think what I learned very quickly is how very available information is. So they were not people I knew. That's very fair. Um, that's a very fair thing because information is. Um, if anybody is in school right now or was in school like I was, then y'all know what happened to Canvas. Don't even get me started on that freaking Canvas hack. um, Question, and they contacted you, you said, did they text you? Answer, I received some phone calls to my personal phone, and then I know that the university received phone calls, and I received other forms of messages on various apps and email through a couple, both work email and an email I had connected to my oral history project. Question, can you tell me when these texts, emails, or threats started? Answer, immediately after the TikToks. After you started posting TikToks, I would receive ones that would say things like, is this true? And they got worse over time. I do wish, they didn't include any of like the threats or anything. I do wish that she had kept record of those threats. I feel like it would have helped a lot in general with like the police in general too, like in Moscow, just in case something were to happen. I just really wish she had kept like screenshots or something. So, but I get it. Like when you're so caught up in all that, you're just like deleting, and trying to hide from it. But yeah, I just wish she kept any record of the threats. I feel like it would have, this line of questioning at least, I feel like it would have shut her down faster. Um, oh, moral, yeah, I got out of my last final for this year a few hours ago. The Canvas hack was very fun. Yeah, I was in the middle of one and my whole screen went blank, and then I got the shiny hunters message, so that was fun. Question, how worse? What were they? Did they threaten you? What were they? What was being said to you? I'm sorry. Answer, yes. They called me horrific names. They called my kids horrific names. Is this on email? Some of them were on email, and like I said, other apps over the phone. Question, did you plan to submit evidence to support your statement that random people were threatening you? Oh my god. Ms. Olson, objection, Your Honor, as to the, do you have evidence to support your claim that people were TikToker? That's not good. The court, what's the objection, Ms. Olson? Ms. Olson, objection, relevant and argumentative. TikToker, I'm trying to see if she has evidence to support her claim. I don't know, is that argumentative? Ms. Olson, Your Honor, her testimony is evidence. The court, maybe rephrase the question as to if she has any evidence other than her testimony. Okay, I can totally get behind that one, but I do wish she had screenshots. I get why not, but I do wish she did them. Question, do you have any evidence other than your testimony to support your claim that you were threatened? Answer, I do have some of the messages still, but my lawyers decided, for which I'm grateful, to not make them part of the evidence today beyond my testimony. That's actually, well, I don't know. Other lawyers might say something different, but I honestly think that kind of hurts her case for threats. I do wish they had kept them, like, or submitted them and just had them in their back pocket just in case. But anyway. Question. My next question is, how do you feel after those people threatened you? Answer. As I stated many times in my testimony with Ms. Olson, it felt like I was dissolving, that I had somehow put my kids at risk, and that they would be harmed because I existed in the world and you decided to tell lies. Get 'em. Question. Did you receive any direct threats about your kids? Yes. What was said? One in particular, I think referred to me as an Oh. Oh. I did not expect that. Referred to me as an inbred bitch and my kids as ugly and just horrific things that no one should ever have to hear about themselves or their children. Question, and I don't want to be repetitive, but I just wanted to clarify. You don't know who this person is that sent you that alleged email. Do you have an email address? Oh, for the person. Sorry, I was so confused for a second. I was like, yeah, she has an email. That's how she got the threat. She meant for the other person. No. Did you press charges or file a report after being allegedly threatened by these? Answer. I actually worked with UI's security team on reporting it. Unfortunately, that particular one, because it was associated with my oral history project instead of my formal UI account, they could not help me, and it just... Can you tell us about your oral history? What is that? Yes, I work with a variety of rodeo communities, and I've worked very closely with, well, my oral history project has most to do with the International Gay Rodeo Association, and I work with gay and lesbian cowboys and cowgirls who rodeo on that circuit. That's cool. How long have you been doing that? I've worked with the community since 2013 while in grad school, and I began my oral project in 2016 when I started at the University of Idaho. Yeah, I saw the allegedly threatened. But that's what I mean, she's technically right in using that because they don't have the screenshots and evidence. So, as much as I hate to say that she's technically right for doing that, she can technically say allegedly threatened because there are, other than her testimony, there are no other like backing proof. So, unfortunately, but she totally didn't believe that the professor was threatened. No, but I do see, like, from a logical point, like if I was a lawyer, I would say allegedly threatened because I have not seen evidence to back up that part of the testimony. But that's a me thing. That's a more technical thing than it is like anything else. But again, that's a me thing. When did you start getting threats pertaining to that work? After the TikToks, I had not received threats or hate mail previously. In those emails, were they attacking you for your work with the LGBTQ community, or were they attacking you regarding the TikToks? Answer, they were attacking me regarding the TikToks. I have worked on LGBTQ issues in Idaho for a decade and have not ever received hate mail regarding that work. That's awesome, actually. That's really cool that she had not received any hate up until this point. And question, and if you know the answer to this, if those alleged emails were not about your work with the gay rodeo and were more about my TikTok videos, why were you advised not to introduce that into evidence? The court, you don't have to answer that. I mean, I'm sorry. I think that's a valid question, but I'm also kind of the person where I'm like, yeah, why didn't you? But fair enough. It is client attorney, attorney-client privilege. But the what you want to call it, the tea spiller in me is like, ooh, but yeah, why not? The court, you don't have to answer that. Go ahead, Ms. Olson, you can object. Ms. Olson, Your Honor, my objection was going to be that it would be calling for attorney-client privileged communications. The court, and that'll be sustained. Okay. Question. Okay, so you have no evidence to support that email from a stranger that you got was directly related to my TikTok videos from 2022. Beyond my testimony. Beyond your testimony, which is evidence. I mean, yeah, it is. Question. My next question. I want you to pivot to support regarding your work. You stated that you had anxiety and fear that you would not be supported or your book would not be supported. Answer, yes. I was worried that this would shift everything public facing and how I approached the world with what I published and what I researched on. Question, what book were you going to publish? Answer, I was working on a book on gay rodeo called Slapping Leather, Queer Cowfolks at the Gay Rodeo, with a co-author. Okay, now I kind of want to look that up. I kind of want to look that up. Is it out? Slapping Leather? Queer Cowfolks? It is. Did they take her name off of it, though? They didn't! Oh, I'm glad. When was this published? Oh, 2024. 288 pages. Oh, crazy. That's actually kind of cool. The uh this stuff is really cool. Well, here, I'll just bring it over so you guys can look at it with me. But isn't that cool? I don't know. I think it's kind of cool looking. That's a cool book. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little jelly. That's actually kind of a cool book, but anywho, not the point. So anyway. Did you ultimately publish that book? Yes, we did ultimately publish. Oh, I should have kept reading. When was it published? It was published in December 2023, almost a year later. Oh, on theirs it said January of 2024, but how did it do? Like, I'm not certain how to answer that question because academics evaluate books in different ways. I can rephrase. I can ask another question. Okay, so did you publish books prior to that book? Yes. How do you grade your performance on those books prior to that book? I certainly sold more of my first book than this one. Did you base your performance on sales for your first book? My first book was what we refer to as my tenure book. It's the book that establishes our reputation in the field. And that work is something I'm very proud of and worked on for a very long time. And certainly, I think the fact that I was not able to promote my second book online or in person did have an impact, certainly, on what we were hoping for sales. Through, again, the academic market is very different than trade book publishing. Why weren't you able to promote your book? Were you forced? Was there a decision? As stated in my testimony with Ms. Olson, I no longer have access to social media. Even my LinkedIn was just, I could no longer be a scholar in those online spaces. I had to be connected to the allegations that you were making, so I felt like I could not be present in those online spaces for my second book. And as I stated previously, I also pulled back from in person presentations due to stress, anxiety, and the few that I did, I had adverse experiences at, so I did not. Prior to the TikTok videos, what social media platforms did you use? Mostly Facebook. I was pretty active on Facebook, mostly with book promotion stuff, academic stuff, and then photos of my children. I also use LinkedIn just for professional networking, which of course doesn't, I wasn't creating content for that. But then I had an Instagram account that I was not active on at the time. Question, when did you stop using your Facebook account? All of those I stopped. I stopped using them for professional promotions and any real meaningful way after the allegations. Are you familiar with the social media content regarding this defamation case on YouTube or TikTok? Am I familiar with what you were posting? No. Are you familiar with the content that's being posted regarding this case, or are you Ms. Olson? Objection, Your Honor, as to the form of the question. I'm quite frankly not sure where she's going, so maybe a sidebar would be appropriate. TikToker, I can explain. I'm trying to connect her knowledge of popularity now in the social media with her decision not to publish her books in social media. She said she could not promote her books on social media, so I'm asking her if she's aware of her popularity on YouTube and TikTok. The court, I'm going to sustain the objection if you'll ask another question. Okay, well, the second book that you just published, The Standard of Success, is not commercial, correct? It's academic. Answer, correct. So the promotional of it would be within academic realms, not commercial realms. Correct. Those often overlap, particularly when it comes to sales for college classrooms and book adoption, that sort of stuff. And I'm not sure, or I'm not certain I fully grasp the question. I'm trying to measure, how do you measure success for your academic book? Answer, part of that is, book adoptions, the ability to go promote it in person at bookstores, things like that. Is your market within a circle of academia? Yes, I would say that this was not a trade press. We worked with a university press. After my TikTok videos within the academic realm, University of Idaho, how were you treated by staff and students? Um, at the wider academic realm or at the University of Idaho, or I'm still trying to get more information regarding your published work that you said you couldn't publish for until December of 2023. You said your market was within academia. You work for the University of Idaho, or whatever market that you would typically expect to receive support from regarding your book. How did they treat you after my TikTok videos? I'm glad that she's now saying TikTok videos, because at least she's getting that right. Well, we had to work much harder with the publisher themselves to figure out how to market the book, especially because I was not able to participate as much. So, the University of Idaho, even within our department, everyone has a different specialty in as faculty. So, what I write on is not necessarily what my colleagues write on. So, really, I would be looking at other universities, other faculty who work on American history, particularly cultural history of the US West. And certainly, that was much harder to connect with people in that realm without having LinkedIn and Facebook, going to conferences and doing the things that I would have normally done. The court. TikToker, we have about 15 minutes left in the trial day. If there's a natural breaking point for you coming up, maybe we could end at that natural breaking point. I'm not trying to stop you now. We can keep going if you wish, but if there's a natural breaking point before you get on to another point, we can stop then if that's okay. TikToker, okay. Question: was that your first book that you published towards that first market? Answer: there's an overlap with my first book, which is also on performance and rodeo and things. Yeah, so there is some overlap. Question: in your support for your second book and your first book, I'm a little confused because you said it was commercial for the first book and now you're saying it was. No, the first book was also academic, but the sales for my first book and the number of reviews and book adoptions and everything was much greater than the second book. Question: do you have plans to submit evidence outside of your testimony to support you said reduction, right, in book sales? Answer: I'm not sure I used the word reduction. Question: you didn't. I'm sorry, you said different. You said academia versus commercial, then you said it was both. Answer: outside of my testimony, I am unaware that we are submitting any other evidence. Man, she is grumpy. Question: so your sales, and I use the word reduced, so that's why I want to clarify it, because before we take a natural break, your book sales did not reduce. Answer: I think between my first book and my second book, the second book did not have as many sales, and certainly within the academic world didn't have as many book adoptions or reviews or other things like that. Question: do you have numbers? Can you say, like, my first book sold 1 million copies, my second book sold? Answer: no. This is academic publishing, so no, not 1 million copies. I believe the numbers would show that the first book sold better, but again, I mean, you're talking about academic publishing. So we're talking in the thousands of books, not in the millions. I don't know why she's harping on this so much. Like, I get the line, but... Question, and the last question for the day. Do you feel supported by the University of Idaho after my TikTok videos and in students and staff and your natural audience of your book sales and your professional career? Okay, so that was full, like, different audiences. Did I feel supported at U of I, and did I feel supported by my wider U of I? Let's start there. Do you feel supported by the University of Idaho after my TikTok videos? I felt supported by my dean. I felt that I'm not sure I would have known what to do if I hadn't forwarded that email to him and gotten his quick thinking on what steps to take. So I certainly felt supported there. Within the wider field, I just don't engage as much, and certainly had a lot of difficulty trying to find ways to engage after your false statements. Can I just clarify, your dean is your boss? Is that your boss? Yes. He is my first boss in a long line of bosses. The dean oversees the College of Letters, Arts, and Social Sciences, so he's my direct supervisor. TikToker, Your Honor, I think this is a good time to take a natural break. The court, all right, thank you, TikToker. TikToker, thank you. The court, members of the jury, we're going to break for the day. We'll resume cross-examination of the professor tomorrow morning at 8:30. Try to be here a little before 8:30 in the jury room. I'll repeat my admonishment to you that I did earlier. Do not discuss the case. If you do, bring it to his attention. Um, with that, I'll thank you and wish you a good night and appreciate your attention today. The jury may be excused. The jury leaves. Professor, you may step down and return to plaintiff's table. Please be seated. All right, we'll resume cross-examination tomorrow. Approximately how much time do you have left? I'm not trying to rush you. I'm just trying to get a sense of TikToker. I was supposed to be calculating. I'm sorry, why is that kind of funny? I'm supposed to be calculating? Okay. The court. No, just how much more cross-examination do you think you have for Professor? Less than 20 or 30 minutes. Okay, alright. And then Miss Olson, you may have some redirect, probably almost none. Alright, and then you intend to call, then we intend to call TikToker. Okay, Miss Olson, and then Chris Hansen, and then Kim Ryder, and then Sean Quinlan, and then Rebecca Talent. The court. TikToker, did you get all of that? No. Oh my gosh. Court. Okay. So it's she will call you, then Mr. Hansen, then Ms. Ryder, then Dean Quinlan, and then Dr. Talent. Correct, Ms. Olson? Yes, that's correct, Your Honor. Court. So that's the lineup of witnesses tomorrow. All right, just a couple of things to take up, Ms. Olson. As I mentioned, I would like to hear from you first before I address that TikToker. As I stated, we're going to have that informal jury conference with Mr. Gordon tomorrow at 3 p.m. after the trial day. Mr. Gordon, I believe, has emailed you a link to the Ninth Circuit pattern jury instructions. So you can certainly consult those. And if you wish to submit any jury instructions, please file them on the ECF system by 8 p.m. tonight if you wish to submit any. And then we'll do is I intend to consider what you submit at 8 p.m. and then I will give a draft jury instruction package and I'll put together that I'll intend to give to the jury at the close of evidence. Then we'll consider both what the plaintiff has filed and what you include. Formal. Oh, they're just talking about jury instructions. You have any questions? No, sir. Any questions, Miss Olson? No, Your Honor. Okay. That was one of the things on the to-do list. The other thing, Miss Olson, is I wanted to hear from you. You had objections to TikToker's amended exhibit list. Second amended exhibit list. And those objections, I believe, were related to prejudice because of inclusion of exhibits for the first time on that second exhibit list. So I'll hear any argument that you have as it relates to those exhibits. Oh, no. You see, the murder accusations make it hard to promote my book about gay rodeos. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it sounds a little odd, but I mean, I'm here for it. I'm here for the weird gay rodeo stuff now. Now I'm kind of interested. um okay, so I'll hear any argument that you have about related to those exhibits. Ms. Olson, certainly, Your Honor, just to be clear, we have objections to others, including the ones that are in the stipulated column. We've stipulated to authenticity, but reserved other objections. But with respect to the ones that we object because they were included for the first time on this exhibit list and that we received for the first time last night at 6:30. That's crazy. That's exhibit 506, 508, 509, and 510. So they are 2 public records requests and 2 denials of producing records in response to those public records requests. My objection is that we did not receive them until last night. We have, I assume they are what they're purported to be. We've not seen them at all in this litigation. Exhibits were due in October. Miss Gilliard did not produce, well, TikToker did not produce a single exhibit until over the weekend. And then these are just the latest set. So we think they're prejudice on this because it has taken away time that we could be spending preparing for trial. It's taken away time that we would need to meet with our client and with others to prepare for the next day. In Your Honor, this sort of ongoing trial by fire, I think, is not the rules here in the District of Idaho, and so for that reason, we object. The court, all right. And Ms. Gilliard, do you want to respond to that? TikToker, plaintiff also submitted an amended exhibit list like a day or so ago, and a day or so ago before that. So I've also been spending time reviewing her exhibits and a lot more time on her items than I am able on mine. I'm not getting any sleep, so I understand the use of time, but I also use it. There's no prejudice regarding time that we're both spending. Additionally, documents are just to show that initiative, and it doesn't cause unfair prejudice on Schofield in any kind of way. All right, Ms. Olson, and respond to that. Yes, Your Honor. Just so the record is clear, the exhibit list that we filed yesterday morning had exhibits that are 12A, 12B, 12C, and then some sub-exhibits for exhibits 14, 15, and 16. That is because we intend only to show that small clip of that larger video, all of which were already on our exhibit list and had been provided. In addition, those are all exhibits, including almost all of our exhibits are the videos that TikToker made, so they're documents that are her creation. Court, all right, thank you, Ms. Olson. I've reviewed the exhibits, and they are exhibits 506, 508, 509, and 510. While Ms. Olson is certainly correct and her objection is well placed, I just don't feel that these are a type or of a content that would create any undue prejudice to the plaintiff for their late inclusion on an amended exhibit list. These are simply exhibits that tend to show TikToker's attempts to corroborate her TikToks in some way. I'm not saying that I'm necessarily going to admit them. You'll have other objections if you wish. And if there's some authenticity objection that you feel you need to make, Ms. Olson, I'll hear it at that time. But as it relates to the prejudice of their late inclusion on an amended exhibit list, I don't feel like the prejudice is undue, so I'm going to deny the objection on that basis. All right, Ms. Olson, anything more that we need to take up today before we break for tomorrow? Ms. Olson, yes, Your Honor, one thing. I understand that TikToker is a pro se litigant, but to the extent she's asking questions and arguing with Professor, and in her questioning, suggesting that Professor testified to something earlier, I think that's inappropriate. It's her testifying about the content of something, and I would ask the court to instruct her not to do that. Which is true, she had been. She'd been trying to throw her own testimony in as she's asking the professor questions. The court, and that's a well taken objection. TikToker, you certainly have a right to question Professor about her prior testimony, but when you characterize that testimony or try to restate the testimony in some way, especially when it is arguing with the witness or being argumentative with the witness, that's not proper. You certainly can ask her a question and say, as I understood it, you testified to X on direct examination. Is that correct? And then ask her a question as it relates to X. But you saying that this before on direct examination, and if that's not accurate, it creates a problem with the foundation for the question. Does that make sense? TikToker, yes, sir. Court, all right. So, your best, if you want to ask her something about her prior testimony, ask her first did you say X on direct examination? Now I'm going to cross-examine you on what you said, as opposed to saying you said X on direct examination. And if that's not accurate, then Ms. Olson has an objection and we're going down that road. The better way for you to do that is to ask her what she said. If she recalls saying something that you may have taken notes on, do you recall saying this? And if she says she does, then you can ask your next question about the substance of that. Does that procedure make sense to you? Yes, sir. The court. Okay. Because I have to sustain some objections of Ms. Olson's because you may have been misstating what it is that Professor testified to in an on direct examination. And that makes the question improper, all right? TikToker. Okay. Court. Okay, Miss Olson, does that address your... Ms. Olson, yes. Thank you, Your Honor. The court. Anything else that you want me to take up before we break for the day? Ms. Olson, no, Your Honor. Thank you. The court. You're welcome. TikToker, anything you want me to take up before we break for the day? TikToker, no, sir. Does that time of 8 p.m. tonight give you enough time to look at the link for the jury instructions and submit them online on the ECF system? Yes, sir. Court, if there's any problem with you submitting them on time, you can go ahead and submit them by email to Mr. Gordon and Ms. Olson. Copy her if there's some problem with that, so we at least get them tonight and can digest them. And hopefully you've successfully done a good job of filing things on ECF system, so I prefer that you file them there. If not, we'll take the email and address that issue in the morning. TikToker, yes, sir. The court, all right. Mr. Gordon, anything more that I need to take up that I've forgotten to ask about? Mr. Gordon, did you talk about witnesses tomorrow? The court, the witness lineup. Mr. Gordon, yes. Yes, we did. The witness lineup, again, for Mr. Gordon's benefit, is after Miss Schofield's done. It's going to be TikToker, Mr. Hansen, Ms. Ryder, Dean Quinlan, and Dr. Talent. That is going to be our lineup for tomorrow. Anything else? No, sir. Okay, all right. Thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate the work that went into today, and I think it was a good first day, and I'm glad we are where we're at. With that, the court will be in recess. And then they go into recess.